Welcome to Classics on Twitch. Today the players present a performance of Shakespeare's Troilus and Cressida. Believed to have been written around 1603, Troilus and Cressida is often considered the most confusing of Shakespeare's plays. Focusing on the tragic love between Troilus and Cressida during the siege of Troy, the comedic point and commentary of the play have had many question the tone. With the Trojan War and the politics of both the Greeks and the Trojans as the backdrop, the play focuses on the themes of love, fidelity, and honor. The stage is set, the players are ready. Let us join them in Troy for Troilus and Cressida.
Good morning, all. Welcome to the Trojan War as seen by Shakespeare, which will be a joy and a hoot. But, Lindy, thank you. Welcome. We're going to go around, do the introductions, and then I'll do the spiel. So, starting clockwise, Nikki, good morning. Thank you, Nikki, for being here again. We appreciate it.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. I'm very excited. Unlike Midsummer that we did last week, I am much less familiar with this play. So I'm really excited to read it out loud so that we can all kind of learn it together. Excited. Woo.
That will be a thing that we enjoy doing. It will be quite a thing. I'm looking forward to this, and I get to geek out as a classicist. But next up, hey Billy, good morning. How you doing?
Hello, I am here.
Okay.
I am ready to have a good time with my friends, and cold read the shit out of this thing. Oh, my mustache looks lopsided. That's okay. We're all friends here. It's early.
No judgment in the appearance of the mustache. At all, whatsoever. But next up, Lindy. Good morning, Lindy. Thank you for being here.
It's a morning, and I'm in Central Time, so it's fine. Good morning. My allergy medicines haven't kicked in yet, so if I sound really nasally, apologies in advance. They might kick in near the second half of this thing. We'll see. Billy, your mustache looks great. I'm on day 3 of not having washed this hair, so we're all in this together. I also don't know any of these stories until we read them because I like, surprises in life. Maybe I'll die, maybe I won't. Who knows? Trooper isn't here, so my odds of living are a little better than typical.
This is true. The odds of Lindy surviving a play are much better when Trooper is not here. Or we're doing comedy.
Yes.
One of those two things.
Yeah.
This is not a comedy, and it's not quite a tragedy. It's
an in-betweenie?
It's an in-betweenie. Hi all, welcome to the channel, welcome to the drama that is Classics on Twitch, and we are going to jump into this shortly, but I'm going to do the important things first. Number 1, we all know that sometimes Shakespeare is hard to follow, and we like making sure everybody can follow along at home. So we have the command so that you can pull up the script and join us for that with, this is the same script we're using. Thank you, Open Source Shakespeare, for being a wonderful resource and tool that we can all enjoy. We also know that there are a shit ton of people in this play who you may or may not all know the stories of. And so we have a great command so that you can follow the characters along, and we thank our friends over at SparkNotes for that. Also, this is my required point as a teacher, former teacher, to say, hey students, don't just use SparkNotes your teacher noticed. Use SparkNotes, but use other things as well. We can tell when you just use SparkNotes. We also want to say that this is our dear friend Bill Shakespeare wrote some great things. Really good. Wonderfully moving pieces. But sometimes he's a little less than... He's a product of his time at times, and so because these are all live and unabridged, we like to thank Bill for his sometimes less than stellar choices. And when in doubt, we blame Iago because it's probably Iago's fault somewhere.
It is.
We're not quite sure why, but it probably is.
Sneaky.
Because he is sneaky. I'm going to take a couple minutes, and give a quick TLDR setting this play, because this play is set during the Trojan War. And Shakespeare assumed that most people would at least have a passing understanding of the Iliad. I don't. So I'm going to be the geeky classics and Latin teacher that I am, and give you like a 5-minute rundown of how we got to this point in the story. You may be wondering how we got here. Rewind. Hector and Paris, princes of Troy, are sent on a mission to act as ambassadors from Troy, which is in northwestern Turkey, to Greece and Sparta, which is in southwestern Greece. And they're supposed to be goodwill ambassadors, and they're doing this whole thing, you know, being princes. Unfortunately, Paris had also been, you know, a fan of certain goddesses and got roped into a little thing that, you know, like a beauty contest. And all of the goddesses were trying to cheat and offering him prizes if he chose her as the most beautiful. And Aphrodite said, "Hey, Paris, you know, if you choose me, I will make the most beautiful woman in the world fall in love with you." That most beautiful woman in the world is Helen, Queen of Sparta, wife of Menelaus. So, Hector and Paris chilling in Sparta. Paris says, "Ooh, this is the most beautiful woman in the world," and Venus allows Helen to fall in love with Paris. Then there's running away from Sparta with Helen and half of the treasury of Sparta back to Troy. And Hector is kind of like, "Dude, what? You not only stole another man's wife and his money, but you made us violate guest rights at the same time? Thanks, bro. Thanks." Meanwhile, Menelaus turns to his big brother, Agamemnon, king of Mycenae, who is married to Helen's sister, Clytemnestra. It's a big old kind of thing, family thing. And is like, "Hey, this dude stole my wife. I need help." And Agamemnon's, "Yep. We all agreed when you married Helen, when you were chosen to marry Helen, that if anyone stole her, that we would all the kings of Greece would fight to get her back. So that, you know, it was all an agreement, and we would support her choices. Sort of." So they raised an army, and they sail to Troy. And they have been at Troy for 7 years, because the walls of Troy were built by Apollo and Poseidon as punishment from Zeus for doing some fuck-all stupid thing. So the walls of Troy are divine, protected, no one can get in them. But that just means that the Greek army has been sitting on the fields outside of Troy for 7 years and kind of raiding up and down the coast. You know, small skirmishes, individual battles, daily kind of fighting in and out kind of things. That's where we are. And that's where the play opens. On a field, with Act 1, the prologue, and the chorus.
In Troy, there lies the scene. For miles of Greece, the princes, Orgulus, their high blood chafed, have to the port of Athens sent their ships, fraught with the ministers and instruments of cruel war, 69 that wore their crownets regal, from the Athenian bay put forth toward Phrygia, and the vow is made to ransack Troy, within whose strong immures the ravished Helen, Menelaus' queen, with wanton Paris sleeps. And that's the quarrel. To Tenedos they come, and the deep drawings barks do there disgorge their warlike freightage. Now on Dardan plains, the fresh and yet unbruised Greeks do pitch their brave pavilions. Priam's six-gated city, Dardan and Timbria, Ilias, Chetis, Troyan, and Antenorides, with massy staples and corresponsive and fulfilling bolts. Spur up the sons of Troy. Now expectation, tickling skittish spirits on one and other side, Trojan and Greek, sets all on hazard. And hither am I come a prologue armed, but not in confidence of author's pen or actor's voice, but suited in like conditions as our argument. To tell you, fair beholders, that our play leaps o'er the vaunt and firstlings of those broils, beginning in the middle, starting thence away, to what may be digested in a play. Like or find fault, do as your pleasures are. Now good or bad, 'tis but the chance of war. Enter Troilus armed and Pandarus. Call here, my varlet. I'll unarm again. Why should I war without the walls of Troy that find such cruel battle here within? Each Trojan that is master of his heart, let him to field. Troilus, alas, hath none.
Will this gear never be mended?
The Greeks are strong and skillful to their strength, fierce to their skill and to their fierceness valiant. But I am weaker than a woman's tear, tamer than sleep, fonder than ignorance, less valiant than the virgin in the night, and skillless as unpracticed infancy.
Well, I have told you enough of this. For my part, I'll not meddle nor make no further. He that will have a cake out of the wheat must needs tarry the grinding.
Have I not tarried?
Aye, the grinding, but you must tarry the bolting.
Have I not tarried?
Aye, the bolting, but you must tarry the leavening.
Still have I tarried.
Aye, it's the leavening, but here's yet in the word hereafter, the kneading, the making of the cake, the heating of the oven, and the baking. Nay, you must stay the cooling too, or may chance to burn your lips.
Patience herself, what goddess ere she be, doth lesser blench at suffrage than I do. At Priam's royal table do I sit, and when fair Cressida comes into my thoughts, so traitor, when she comes, when is she thence?
Well, she looked yesternight fairer than I ever saw her look, or any woman else.
I was about to tell thee, when my heart is wedged with a sigh, would rive in twain, lest Hector or my father should perceive me, I have, as when the sun doth light a storm, buried this sigh in wrinkle of a smile, but sorrow that is couched in seeming gladness is like that mirth fate turns to sudden sadness.
And her hair were not somewhat darker than Helen's. Well, go to, there were no more comparison between the women. But for my part, she is my kinswoman. I would not, as they term it, praise her, but I would somebody had heard her talk yesterday as I did. I will not dispraise your sister Cassandra's wit, but...
Oh, Pandarus, I tell thee, Pandarus, when I do tell thee, there my hopes lie drowned. Reply not in how thy fathoms deep thy lie endrenched. I tell thee I am mad in Cressida's love. Thou answerest she is fair, pour'st in the open ulcer of my heart, her eyes, her hair, her cheek, her gait, her voice, handlest in thy discourse, oh, that her hand, in whose comparison all whites are ink, writing their own reproach, to whose soft seizure the signets down is harsh and spirit of sense hard as the palm of plowman. This thou tell'st me. As true thou tell'st me when I say I love her, but saying thus instead of oil and balm, thou lay'st in every gash that love hath given me the knife that made it.
I speak no more than truth.
Thou dost not speak so much.
Faith, I'll not meddle in it. Let her be as she is. If she be fair, 'tis the better for her, and she be not, she has the mends in her own hands.
Good Pandarus, how now, Pandarus?
I have had my labour for my travail. Ill thought on her, and ill thought on of you. Gone between and between, but small thanks for my labour.
What, art thou angry, Pandarus? What, with me?
Because she's kin to me, therefore she's not so fair as Helen, and she were not kin to me, she would be as fair on Friday as Helen is on the Sunday. But what care I? I care not, and she were a blackamoor, 'tis all one to me.
Say I, she is not fair?
I do not care whether you do or no. She's a fool to stay behind her father. Let her to the Greeks, and so I'll tell her the next time I see her. For my part, I'll meddle nor make more. I'll meddle nor make no more the matter.
Pandarus.
Not I.
Sweet Pandarus.
Pray you speak no more to me. I will leave all as I found it, and there an end.
Peace, you ungracious clamors. Peace, rude sounds. Fools on both sides. Helen must needs be fair, when with your blood your daily paint her thus. I cannot fight upon this argument. It is too starved a subject for my sword. But Pandarus, O gods, how do you plague me? I cannot come to Cressida but by Pandar, and he's as tetchy to be wooed to woo, as she is stubborn. Chaste, lost my place, chaste against all suit. To me, Apollo, for thy Daphne's love, what Cressida is, what Panda, and what we. Her bed is India. There she lies, a pearl, between our Ilium and where she resides, let it be called the wild and wandering flood. Ourself the merchant and thus sailing Panda, our doubtful hope, our convoy, and our bark.
How now, Prince Troilus? Wherefore not afield?
Because not there. This woman answers sorts. For womanish it is to be from thence. What news, Aeneas, from the field today?
That Paris has returned home and hurt.
By whom?
Troilus. By Menelaus.
Let Paris bleed. 'Tis but a scar to scorn. Paris is gored with Menelaus born.
Hark, what good sport is out of town today?
Better at home, if would I might where may, but to sport abroad. Are you bound thither?
In all swift haste.
Come, go we then, together.
Act 1, Scene 2. A stream, a street. Enter Cressida and Alexander.
Who were those went by?
Queen Hecuba and Helen.
And whither go they?
Up to the eastern tower, whose height commands subjects all the vale, to see the battle. Hector, whose patience is as a virtue fixed today, was moved. He chid Andromache and struck her armourer. His armourer. Not her armourer, his armourer. And like as there were husbandry and war, before the sun rose he was harnessed light, and to the field he goes, where every flower did as a prophet weep what it foresaw in Hector's wrath.
What was his cause of anger?
The noise goes this. There is among the Greeks a lord of Trojan blood, nephew to Hector. They call him Ajax.
Good. And what of him?
They say he is a very man per se, and stands alone.
So do all men, unless they are drunk, sick, or have no legs.
This man, lady, hath robbed many beasts of their particular editions. He is as valiant as a lion, churlish as a bear, slow as an elephant, a man into whom nature hath so crowded humours that his valour is crushed into folly, his folly sauced with discretion. There is no man hath a virtue that he hath not glimpse of, nor any man en taint but he carries some stain of it. He is melancholy without cause, and merry without the hair, against the hair. He hath the joints of everything, but everything so out of joint that he is a gouty Briseus, many hands and no use, or purblind Argus, all eyes and no sight.
But how should this man that makes me smile make Hector angry?
They say that he yesterday copped Hector in the field and struck him down. The disdain and shame whereof hath ever since kept Hector fasting and waking.
Who comes here?
Madam, your uncle Pandarus. Enter Pandarus.
Pandarus. Hector's a gallant man.
He as may be in the world, lady.
What's that? What's that?
Good morrow, Uncle Pandarus.
Good morning, good morrow. I'm awake. Cousin Cressida, what do you talk of? Good morrow, Alexander. How do you, cousin? When were you at Ilium?
This morning, Uncle.
What were you talking of when I came? Was Hector armed and gone ere ye came to Ilium? Helen was not up, was she?
Hector was gone, but Helen was not up.
Even so, Hector was stirring early.
That were we talking of, and of his anger.
Was he angry?
So he says here.
True, he was so. I know the cause, too. He'll lay about him today, I can tell them that. And there's Troilus will not come far behind him. Let them take heed of Troilus, I can tell them that, too.
What is he angry to?
Who, Troilus? No, Troilus is the better man of the two.
Oh, Jupiter, there's no comparison.
What, not between Troilus and Hector? Do you know a man if you see him?
Aye, if I ever saw him before and knew him.
Well, I say Troilus is Troilus.
Then you say as I say, for I am sure he is not Hector.
No, nor Hector is not Troilus in some degrees.
'Tis just to each of them, he is himself.
Himself, alas! Poor Troilus, I would he were.
So he is.
Condition, I had gone barefoot to India.
He's not Hector.
Himself? No, he's not himself. Would a were himself, the gods are above. Time must friend our end. Well, Troilus, well, I would my heart were in her body. No, Hector is not a better man than Troilus.
Excuse me.
He is elder.
Pardon me. Pardon me.
The others not come to it. You shall tell me another tale when the others come to it. Hector shall not have his wit with this year.
He shall not need it if he have his own.
Nor his qualities.
No matter.
Nor his beauty.
'Twould not become him. His own's better.
Ah, you have no judgment, niece. Helen herself swore the other day that Troilus, for brown favor, for so 'tis, I must confess, not brown neither.
No, but brown.
Faith, to say truth, brown and not brown.
To tell the truth, true and not true.
She praised his complexion above Paris.
Why, Paris hath color enough.
So he has.
Then Troilus should have too much. If she praised him above, his complexion is higher than his. He having color enough and the other higher is too flaming a praise for a good complexion. I had as lief Helen's golden tongue had comment in Troilus for a copper nose.
I swear to you, I think Helen loves him better than Paris.
Then she's a merry Greek indeed.
Nay, I am sure she does. She came to him the other day into the compassed window, and, you know, he has not passed 3 or 4 hairs on his chin.
Indeed, a tapster's arithmetic may soon bring his particulars therein to a total.
Why, he is very young, and yet will he, within 3 pound, lift as much as his brother Hector.
Is he so young a man and so old a lifter?
But to prove to you that Helen loves him, she came and puts me her white hand to his cloven chin.
Juno have mercy, how came it cloven?
Why, you know 'tis dimpled. I think his smiling becomes him better than any man in all Phrygia.
He smiles valiantly.
Does he not?
Oh, yes, and 'twere a cloud in autumn.
Why, go to then, uh, but to prove you that Helen loves Troilus.
Troilus will stand to the proof if you'll prove it so.
Troilus, why, he esteems her no more than I esteem an addle egg.
If you love an addle egg as well as you love an idle head, you would eat chickens in the show.
I cannot choose but laugh to think how she tickled his chin. Oh, indeed, she has a marvelous white hand, I must needs confess.
Without the rack.
And she takes upon her to spy a white hair on his chin.
Alas, poor chin, many a wart is richer.
Oh, but there was such laughing. Queen Hecuba laughed that her eyes ran over her.
With millstones.
And Cassandra laughed.
But there was more temperature fire under the pot of her eyes. Did her eyes run o'er it?
And Hector laughed.
And what was all this laughing?
Merry at the white hair that Helen spied on Troilus' chin.
And had been a green hair, I should have laughed too.
They laughed not so much at the hair as at his pretty answer.
What was his answer?
Quoth she, here's but 52 hairs on your chin, and one of them is white.
This is her question.
That's true, make no question of that. 52 hairs, quoth he, and one white. That white hair is my father, and all the rest are his sons. Jupiter, quoth she, which of these hairs is Paris, my husband? The forked one, quoth he. Pluck it out and give it to him. But there was such laughing, oh, Helena so blushed, and Paris so chafed, and all the rest so laughed that it passed.
So let it now, for it has been while going by.
Well, cousin, I told you a thing yesterday. Think on it.
So I do.
I'll be sworn 'tis true. He will weep you, and 'twere a man born in April.
And I'll spring up in his tears, and 'twere a nettle against May.
A retreat sounds.
Hark! They're coming from the field. Shall we stand up here and see them as they pass towards Ilium? Good niece, do, sweet niece Cressida.
At your pleasure.
Here's an excellent place. Here we may see most bravely. I'll tell you them all by their names as they pass by, but mark Troilus above the rest.
Speak not so loud.
That's Aeneas. Is that not a brave man? He's one of the followers of Troy, one of the flowers of Troy. I can tell you, but mark Troilus. You shall see anon.
Who's that?
That's Antenor. He is a shrewd wit, I can tell you, and he's a man good enough. He's one of the soundest judgments in whosoever, and a proper man of a person. When comes Troilus, I'll show you Troilus anon. If he see me, you shall see me nod. You shall see him nod at me.
Will he give you the nod?
You shall see.
If he do, the rich shall have more.
Oh, that's Hector. That, look you. There's a fellow. Go thy way, Hector. There's a brave man, niece. Oh, brave Hector, look how he looks. There's a countenance. Is he not a brave man?
Oh, a brave man.
Is it not? It does a man's heart good. Look you what hacks are on his helmet. Look you yonder. Do you see? You look there. There's no jesting. There's laying on. Take it off who you will, as they say. There be hacks.
But those with swords?
Swords, anything he care not. And the devil come to him, it's all one. By God's lid, it does one's heart good. Yonder comes Paris. Yonder comes Paris. Oh, look, niece, yonder. is not a gallant man too, is it not? Why, this is brave now. Who said he came hurt home today? He's not hurt. Why, this will do Helen's heart good now. Would I could see Troilus now. You shall see Troilus anon.
Who's that?
Oh, that's Helenus. I marvel what Troilus is. That's Helenus. I think he went not forth today. That's Helenus.
Can Helenus fight, uncle?
Helenus? No. Yes, he'll fight indifferent well. I marvel what Troilus is. Hark, do you not hear the people cry Troilus? Oh, Helenus is a priest.
What sneaking fellow comes yonder?
Where yonder? That's Deiphobus. Oh, 'tis Troilus. There's a man, niece, and brave Troilus, the prince of chivalry.
Peace for shame, peace.
Mark him, note him, O brave Troilus, look well upon him, niece. Look how his sword is bloodied, and his helm more hacked than Hector's, and how he looks, and how he goes. O admirable youth, he ne'er saw 23. Go thy way, Troilus, go thy way. Had I a sister were a grace, or a daughter as a goddess, he should take his choice. O admirable man, Paris is dirt to him, and I warrant Helen, to change, would give an eye to boot.
Here come more.
Oh, asses, fools, dolts, chaff and bran. Forage after meat, I could live and die in the eyes of Troilus. Ne'er look, the eagles are gone, crows and daws. I had rather be such a man as Troilus than Agamemnon in all Greece.
There is among the Greeks Achilles, a better man than Troilus.
Achilles, a drayman, a porter, a very camel.
Well.
Well, why, have you any discretion? Have you any eyes? Do you know what a man is? Is not birth, beauty, good shape, discourse, manhood, learning, gentleness, virtue, youth, liberality, and such like? I ran out of fingers. The spice and salt that season a man?
A minced man, and then to be baked with no date in the pie, for then the man's date's out.
Oh, you are such a woman. One knows not at what ward you lie.
Upon my back to defend my belly, upon my wit to defend my wiles, upon my secrecy to defend mine honesty, my mask to defend my beauty, and you to defend all these. And at all these wards I lie at 1,000 watches.
Say one of your watches.
Nay, I'll watch you for that. And that's one of the chiefest of them too. If I cannot ward what I would not have hit, I can watch you for telling how I took the blow, unless it swells past hiding, and then it's past watching.
Oh, you are such another. I'm the boy. Sir, my lord would instantly speak with you. Where? At your own house. There he unarms him. Good boy, tell him I come. I doubt he be hurt. Fare ye well, good niece.
Adieu, uncle.
I'll be with you, niece, by and by.
To bring, uncle?
A token from Troilus.
By the same token, you are a bawd. Words, vows, gifts, tears, and love's full sacrifice he offers in another's enterprise. But more in Troilus, thousandfold, I see that in the glass of Pandar's praise may be. Yet hold I off. Women are angels wooing, things won are done, joy's soul lies in the doing. The she beloved knows not, that knows not this. Men prize the thing ungained more than it is. That she was never yet that ever knew love got so sweet as when desire did so sue. Therefore, this maxim out of love I teach. Achievement is command, ungained beseech. Then though my heart's content firm love doth bear, nothing of that shall mine eye appear.
Act 1, Scene 3. The Grecian camp, before Agamemnon's tent. Enter Agamemnon, Nestor, Ulysses, Menelaus, and a shit ton of other people.
Princes, what grief hath set the jaundice on your cheeks? The ample proposition that hope makes in all designs begun on earth below fails in the promised largeness, checks in disasters, grow in the veins of actions, highest reared, as knots but the conflux of meeting sap, infect the sound pine and divert its gain, his grain. Oh, I really can't read this morning. Tortive and errant from his course of growth, nor, princes, is it matter new to us that we come short of our suppose so far, that after 7 years' siege yet Troy walls stand. Sith every action that hath gone before, whereof we have record, trial did draw, bias and thwart, not answer in the aim, and that unbodied figure of the thought that gave surmised shape. Why then, you princes, do you with cheeks abashed behold our works, and call them shames? Which are indeed not else but the protractive trials of great Jove to find persistive constancy in men, the fineness of which metal is not found in fortune's love. For then the bold and coward, the wise and fool, the artist and unread, the hard and soft seem all to find in kin. But in the wind and the tempest of her frown, distinction, with a broad and powerful fan, puffing it all, winnows the light away, and what hath mass or matter by itself less rich in virtue and unmingled.
With due observance of thy godlike seat, great Agamemnon, Nestor shall apply thy latest words. In the reproof of chance lies the true proof of men. The sea, being smooth, how many shallow baubled boats dare sail upon her patient breast, making their way with those of nobler bulk? But let the ruffian Boreas once enrage the gentle Thetis, and anon behold the strong-ribbed bark through liquid mountains cut, bounding between the two moist elements like Perseus's horse, where there's the saucy boat whose weak untimbered sides, but even now co-rivaled greatness, either to harbor fled or made a toast for Neptune. Even so doth valor's show and valor's worth divide in storms of fortune, for in her ray and brightness the herd hath more annoyance by the breeze than by the tiger. But when the splitting wind makes flexible the knees of knotted oaks, and flies under the shade, why, then the thing of courage, as roused with rage doth sympathize, and with an accent turned in selfsame key, retorts to chiding fortune.
Agamemnon, thou great commander, nerve and bone of Greece, heart of our number, soul and only spirit, in whom the tempers and the minds of all should be shut up. Hear what Ulysses speaks, besides the applause and approbation to which, most mighty for thy place and sway, and thou most reverend for thy sketched out life, I give to both your speeches, which were such as Agamemnon in the hand of Greece should hold up high in brass, and such again as venerable Nestor, hatched in silver, should with a bond of air strong as the axle tree on which heaven rides, knit all the Grecish ears to his experienced tongue. Yet let it please both, thou great and wise, to hear Ulysses speak.
Speak, Prince of Ithaca, and be it of less expect, that matter needless of importless burden, divide thy lips than we are confident, when rank Thersites opens his majestic jaws, we shall hear music, wit, and oracle.
Troy, yet upon his basis had been down, and the great Hector's sword had lacked a master before these instances. The specialty of rule hath been neglected, And yet, how many Grecian tents do stand hollow upon this plain, so many hollow factions, when that the general is not like the hive to whom the foragers shall all repair what honey is expected, degree being vizard and unworthiest, the unworthiest shows as fairly in the mask. The heavens themselves, the planets, and this center observe decree, priority and place, insister, course, proposition, season, form, office, and custom in all line of order. And therefore is the glorious planet soul in noble eminence enthroned and sphered amidst the other, whose medicinable eye corrects the ill aspects of planets evil, and posts, like the command of a king, stands few to good and bad. But when the planets in evil mixture do disorder wonder, what plagues and what portents, what mutiny, what raging of the sea, shaking of earth, commotion in the winds, frights, changes, horrors, divert and crack, rend and duracinate the unity and married calm of states quite from their fixture. Oh, when degree is shaped, which is the ladder to all high designs, then enterprise is sick. How come communities, decrees in schools and brotherhoods in cities, peaceful commerce from dividable shores, the primogenitive and due birth, prerogative of age, crown, scepters, laurels, but by decree stand in authentic place? Take but decree away, untune that string, and hark, what discord follows. Each thing meets in mere oppugnancy. The bounding waters should lift their bosoms higher than the shores, and make a sop of all this solid globe. Strength should be lord of imbecility, and the rude son should strike his father dead. Force should be right, or rather right and wrong, between whose endless jar justice resides, should lose their names, and so should justice too. Then everything includes itself in power, power into will, will into appetite, and appetite an universal wolf. So doubly seconded with will and power must make perforce an universal prey, and last eat up himself. Great Agamemnon, this chaos, when decree is suffocate, follows the choking. And this neglection of decree, it is that by a pace goes backward, with a purpose it hath to climb. The generals disdained by him one step below, he by the next, that next by him beneath. So every step exampled by the first pace that is sick of his superior grows to an envious fever of pale and bloodless emulation. And 'tis this fever that keeps Troy on foot, not her own sinews. To end a tale of length, Troy in our weakness stands, not in her strength.
Most wisely hath Ulysses here discovered the fever whereof our power is sick.
The nature of the sickness found, Ulysses. What is the remedy?
The great Achilles, whom opinion crowns the sinews in the forehand of our host, having his ear full of his airy fame, grows dainty of his worth, and in his tent lies mocking our designs. With him, Patroclus, upon a lazy bed, the live long day breaks scurril jests, and with ridiculous and awkward action, which slanderer he imitation calls, he pageants us. Sometime great Agamemnon, by topless deputation he puts on, and like a strutting player whose conceit lies in his hamstring, and doth think it rich to hear the wooden dialogue and sound twixt his stretched footing and the scaffoldage, such to be pitied, and o'er rested seeming he acts thy greatness in. And when he speaks, 'tis like a chime amending with terms unsquared, which from the tongue of roaring's Typhon dropped would seem hyperboles. At this fusty stuff, the large Achilles on his pressed bed lolling, from his deep chest laughs out a loud applause, cries, "Excellent! 'Tis Agamemnon just." Now, play me, Nestor. Hem and stroke thy beard, as he being dressed in some oration. That's done. As near as the extremest ends of parallels, as like as Vulcan and his wife. Yet God Achilles still cries, "Excellent! 'Tis Nestor, right. Now play him me, Patroclus, arming to answer in a night alarm. And then, forsooth, the faint defects of age must be the scene of mirth. To cough and spit, and with a palsy fumbling on his gorget, shake in and out the revet. And at this sport, Sir Valor dies, cries, "Oh, enough, Patroclus, or give me ribs of steel." I shall split all in pleasure of my spleen. And in this fashion, all our abilities, gifts, natures, shapes, severals, and generals of grace exact achievements, plots, orders, preventions, excitements to the field, or speech for truth, success or loss, what is or is not, serves as stuff for those to make paradoxes.
And in the imitation of these twain, who, as Ulysses says, opinion crowns with an imperial voice, many are infect. Ajax is grown self-willed and bears his head in such a rein, a full as proud a place as broad Achilles, keeps his tent like him, makes facetious feasts, rails on our state of war, bold as an oracle, and sets Thersites, a slave whose gall coins slanders like a mint, to match us in comparisons with dirt, to weaken and discredit our exposure, how rank soever rounded in the danger.
They tax our policy and call it cowardice. Count wisdom as no member of the war, forestall prescience, and esteem no act but that of hand. The still and mental parts that do contrive how many hands shall strike when fitness calls them on, and know by measure of their observant toil the enemy's weight. Why? This hath not a finger's dignity. They call this bedwork, mappery, closet war, so that the ram that batters down the wall for the great swing and rudeness of his poise, they place before his hand that made the machine, or engine, or those that, with the fitness of their souls by reason, guide his execution.
Let this be granted, and Achilles' horse makes many Thetis' sons.
What? Trumpet, look! Menelaus, man.
Your brother.
Manny's fine. Oh, look, it's from Troy.
Enter Aeneas.
What would you for our tent?
Is this the great Agamemnon's tent, I pray you?
Even this?
May one that is a herald and a prince do a fair message to his kingly ears?
With surety stronger than Achilles' arm, for all the Greekish heads, with one voice call Agamemnon head in general.
Fair leave and large security. How many a stranger from those imperial looks know from them from eyes of other mortals?
How?
Aye, I ask that I might awaken reverence, and bid the cheek be ready with a blush modest as morning, when she coldly eyes the youthful Phoebus. Which is that god in office guiding men? Which is the high and mighty Agamemnon?
This Trojan scorns us, or the men of Troy are ceremonious courtiers.
Courtiers as free, as debonair, unarmed as bending angels. That they'll fame in peace, but when they seem soldiers, they have galls, good arms, strong joints, true swords, and Jove's accord. Nothing so full of heart. But peace, Aeneas, peace, Trojan, lay thy finger on thy lips. The worthiness of praise disdains his worth, but that the praised himself bring the praise forth. But what the repining enemy commends, that brave frame blows, that praise so sure transcends.
Sir, you of Troy, call you yourself Aeneas?
Aye, Greek, that is my name.
What's your affair, I pray you?
Sir, pardon, 'tis for Agamemnon's ears.
He hears not privately that comes from Troy.
Nor I from Troy came not to whisper him. I bring a trumpet to awake his ear, to set his sense on the attentive bent, and then to speak.
Speak frankly as the wind. It is not Agamemnon's sleeping hour. That thou shalt know, Trojan, he is awake. He tells thee so himself.
Trumpet blow loud, send thy brass voice, all these tents, and with every Greek of metal let him know that what Troy means fairly shall be spoke aloud. Yes, trumpets. We have, great Agamemnon, here in Troy, a prince called Hector. Priam is his father, who in this dull and long-continued truce is rusty grown. He bade me take a trumpet, and to this purpose speak. Kings, princes, lords, if there be one among the fairest of Greece that holds his honor higher than his ease, that seeks his praise more than he fears his peril, that he knows his valor and knows not his fear, that loves his mistress more than in confession, with truant vows to her own lips he loves, and dare avow her beauty and her worth in other arms than hers. To him this challenge: Hector, in view of Trojans and of Greeks, shall make it good, or do his best to do it. He hath a lady, wiser, fairer, truer than ever Greek did compass in his arms, and will tomorrow, with his trumpet call, midway between your tents and walls of Troy, to rouse a Grecian that is true in love. If any come, Hector shall honor him. If none, he'll say in Troy when he retires, the Grecian dames are sunburnt and not worth a splinter of a lance, even so much.
This shall be told our lovers, Lord Aeneas. If none of them have soul in such a kind, we left them all at home. But we are soldiers, and may that soldier a mere recreant prove, that means not, hath not, or is not in love. If then one is, or hath, or means to be, that one meets Hector, if none else, I am he.
Tell him of Nestor, one that was a man when Hector's grandsire suckled. He is old now, but if there not be in our Grecian host one noble man that hath one spark of fire to answer for his love, tell him from me I'll hide my silver beard in a gold beaver, and in my vantbrace put this withered brawn, and meeting him will tell him that my lady was fairer than his grandam, and as chaste as may be in the world. His youth is flood. I'll prove this truth with my 3 drops of blood. Now heaven forbid such scarcity of youth.
Amen.
Fair Lord Aeneas, let me touch your hand. To our pavilion shall I lead you, sir. Achilles shall have word of this intent. So shall each lord of Greece, from tent to tent. Yourself shall feast with us before you go, and find the welcome of a noble foe.
Excellent all but Ulysses and Nestor.
Nestor,
What says Ulysses?
I have a young conception in my brain. Be you my time to bring it to some shape.
What is't?
This 'tis. Blunt wedges drive hard nuts. The seated pride that hath to this maturity blown up in rank Achilles must or now be cropped, or shedding breed a nursery of like evil to overbulk us all.
Well, and how?
This challenge that the gallant Hector sends, however it is spread in general name, relates in purpose only to Achilles.
The purpose is prescipious, even in as a substance whose greatness little characters sum up, and in the publication make no strain, but that Achilles, were his brain as barren as the banks of Libya, though Apollo knows 'tis dry enough, will with great speed of judgment, the celerity find Hector's purpose, pointing out him.
And wake him to the answer, think you?
Yes, 'tis most meet. Whom may you else oppose, that can from Hector bring his honor off, if not Achilles? Though it be sportful combat, yet in the trial much opinion dwells. For here the Trojans taste our dearest repute with their finest palate, and trust me, Ulysses, our imputation shall be oddly poised in this wild action, for the success, although particular, shall give a scantling of good or bad unto the general, and in such indexes, although small pricks to their subsequent volumes, there is seen the baby figure of the giant mass of things to come at large. It is supposed he that meets Hector issues from our choice, and choice being mutual act of our souls makes merit of her election, and doth boil, as 'twere from us all, a man distilled out of our virtues, who miscarrying what heart receives from hence, the conquering part, to steal a strong opinion to themselves, which entertained limbs are his instruments, in no less working than our swords and bows, directive by the limbs.
Give pardon to my speech. Therefore 'tis meet Achilles, meet not Hector. Let us, like merchants, show our foulest wares, and think, perchance, they'll sell. If not, the luster of the better yet to show shall show the better. Do not contest that ever Hector and Achilles meet. For both our honor and our shame in this are dogged with two strange followers.
I see them not with my old eyes. What are they?
What glory our Achilles shares with Hector, were he not proud, we all should share with him. But he already is too insolent, and we were better parch in Afric's sun than in the pride and salt scorn of his eyes, should he scape Hector fair. If he were foiled, why then we did our main opinion crush in taint of our best man. No, make a lottery, and by device let blockish Ajax draw the sword to fight with Hector. Among ourselves give him allowance for the better man, for that will physic the great Myrmidon who broils in loud applause, and make him fall his crest that prouder than blue iris bends. If the dull, brainless Ajax come safe off, he'll dress him up in voices. If he fail, yet go we under our opinion still that we have better men. But, hit or miss, our project's life this shape of sense assumes. Ajax employed plucks down Achilles' plumes.
Ulysses, now I begin to relish thy advice. And I will give a taste of it forthwith to Agamemnon. Go we to him straight, two curs shall tame each other. Pride alone must tear the mastiffs on, as 'twere their bone. Act 2, Scene 1. A camp, a part of the Grecian camp. Enter Ajax and Thersites.
Thersites!
Agamemnon, how if he had boils? Full all over generally.
Thersites!
And those boils did run, say so, did not the general run then? Were not that a bocce corps?
Dog.
Then would come some matter from him, I see none now.
Thou bitch wolf's son, canst thou not hear? Feel then.
Oh, the plague of grace upon thee, thou mongrel beef-witted lord.
Speak then, thou vinewedst leven. Speak. I will beat thee into handsomeness.
I shall sooner rail thee into wit and holiness, but I think thy horse will sooner con an oration than thou learn a prayer without book. Thou canst strike, canst thou, a red murrain or thy jade's tricks.
I want that on my tombstone. I will beat thee into handsomeness. Toadstool, learn me the proclamation.
Dost thou think I have no sense? Thou strikest me thus.
The proclamation.
Thou art proclaimed a fool, I think.
Do not, Porpentine, do not. My fingers itch.
I would thou didst itch from head to foot, and I had the scratching of thee. I would make thee the loathsomest scab in Greece. When thou art forth in the incursions, thou strikest as slow as another.
I say the proclamation.
Thou grumblest and railest every hour on Achilles, and thou art as full of envy at his greatness as Cerberus is at Proserpine's beauty. Aye, that thou barkest at him.
Mistress Thersites.
Thou shouldest strike him.
Cobloaf.
He would pun thee into shivers with his fist as a sailor breaks a biscuit.
You whoreson cur.
Oh, do.
Thou stew for which?
I do. Thou wit-sodden witted lord, thou hast no more brain than I have in mine elbows. An assassin ego may tutor thee, thou scurvy valiant ass. Thou art here but to thrash Trojans too, and thou art bought and sold among those of any wit like a barbarian slave. If thou used to beat me, I will begin at thy heel and tell what thou art by inches. Thou thing of no bowels, thou!
You dog!
You scurvy lord! Oh,
you cur!
Oh, Mars, his idiot! Do rudeness! Oh, do camel, do too!
Enter Achilles and Patroclus.
Enter Achilles and Patroclus. Why hail now, Ajax?
Oh.
Wherefore do you thus? How now, Thrustes? What's the matter, man?
You see him there, do you?
Aye, what's the matter?
Nay, look upon him.
So I do. What's the matter?
Nay, but regard him well.
Well, why? I do so.
But yet you look not well upon him, for whosoever you take him to be, he is Ajax.
I know, fool.
Aye, but that fool knows not himself.
Therefore, I beat thee.
Lo, what modicums of wit he utters. His evasions have ears thus long. I have bobbed his brain more than he has beat my bones. I will buy 9 sparrows for a penny, and his pia mater is not worth the 9th part of a sparrow. This Lord Achilles Ajax, who wears his wit in his belly and his guts in his head, I'll tell you what I say of him.
What?
This I say, Ajax.
Nay, good Ajax.
He has not so much wit.
Nay, I must hold you.
As will stop the eye of Helen's needle for whom he comes to fight.
Peace, fool.
I would have peace and quietness, but the fool will not. He, there, that, he. Look you there.
Oh, thou damned cur! I shall.
Will you set your wit to a fool's?
No, I warned you, for fools would shame it.
Good words, Thersites.
What's the quarrel?
I bade the vile owl go learn me the tenor proclamation, and he rails upon me.
I serve thee not.
Well, go to.
I serve here voluntarily.
Your last service was sufferance. 'Twas not voluntary. No man is beaten voluntary. Ajax was here the voluntary, and you as under an impress.
Even so, a great deal of your wit, too, lies in your sinews, or else there be liars. Hector have a great catch, if he knock out either of your brains, as were a good crack of a fusty nut with no kernel.
What, with me too, Thersites?
There's Ulysses and old Nestor, whose wit was mouldy, ere your grandsires had nails on their toes. Yoke you like draught oxen and make you plough up the wars.
What?
Yes, good sooth, too, Achilles, too, Ajax, too.
I shall cut out your tongue.
'Tis no matter, I shall speak as much as thou afterwards.
No more words, Thersites. Peace.
I will hold my peace when Achilles bids me, shall I?
There's for you, Patroclus.
I will see you hanged like clot poles. Ere I come any more to your tents, I will keep where there is a wit stirring and leave faction of fools.
Good riddance.
Mary, this, sir, is proclaimed through all our host, that Hector, by the 5th hour of the sun, will with a trumpet twixt our tents and Troy tomorrow morning call some knights to arms that hath a stomach, and such a one that dare maintain, I know not what, 'tis trash. Farewell.
Farewell. Who shall answer him?
I know not. 'Tis put to lottery. Otherwise he knew his man.
Oh, meaning you. I will go learn more of it.
Act 2, Scene 2. Troy, a room in Priam's palace. Enter Priam, Troilus, Hector, Paris, and Helenus. Priam and, 4 of his sons. But he's got, a shit ton more. That's fine. There are so many.
It's fine. Pick your top 4. After so many hours, lives, speeches spent. Oh, no, Billy,
Nope,
you
nope,
want
nope,
Priam?
nope, nope.
Okay, I'll keep going then. Where was
way
I?
Better.
After so many hours, lives, speeches spent, thus once again, says Nestor from the Greeks, deliver Helen and all damage else, as honor, loss of time, travail, expense, wounds, friends, and what else, dear, that is consumed in hot digestion of this cormorant war shall be struck off. Hector, what say you to it?
Though any man lesser fears the Greeks than I, as far as toucheth my particular, yet, dread Priam, there is no lady of more softer bowels, more spongy to suck in the sense of fear, more ready to cry out, who knows what follows, than Hector is. The wound of peace is surety, since surety is secure, but modest doubt is called, the beacon of the wise, the tent that searches to the bottom of the worst. Let Helen go, since the first sword was drawn, but this question every tithe soul amongst many thousand dismays. hath been as dear as Helen. I mean, of ours, if we have lost so many tenths of ours, to God a thing not ours, nor worth to us, had it our name the value of 110, what merits in that reason which denies the yielding of her up?
Fie, my brother. Weigh you the worth and honor of a king so great as our dread father in a scale of common ounces? Will you with counters sum the past proportion of his infinite? And buckle in a waist most fathomless, with spans and inches so diminutive as fears and reasons? Fie, for godly shame!
Mm. No marvel, though you bite so sharp at reasons, you are so empty of them. Should not our father bear the great sway of his affairs with reasons, because your speech hath none that tells him so?
You are for dreams and slumbers, brother priest. You fur your gloves with reason. Here are your reasons. You know an enemy intends your harm. You know a sword employed is perilous, and reason flies the object of all harm. Who marvels then when Helenus beholds a Grecian and his sword, if he do set the very wings of reason to his heels, and fly, like chidden Mercury from Jove, or like a star disorbed? Nay, if we talk of reason, let's shut our gates and sleep. Manhood and honor should have hair hearts. Would they but fat their thoughts? With this crammed reason and respect make livers pale and lustihood deject.
Great, I was muted. Brother, she is not worth what she doth cost the holding.
What is aught but 'tis value?
But value dwells not in the particular will. It holds his estimate and dignity as well there wherein 'tis precious of itself, as is the prizer. 'Tis mad idolatry to make the service greater than the god, and the will dots that in attributive to what infectious ill itself affects, without some image of the affected merit.
I take today a wife, and my election is led on the conduct of my will. My will enkindled by mine ears, and ears two traded pilots twixt the dangerous shores of will and judgment. How may I avoid, though my will distaste what it elected, the wife I choose? There can be no evasion to blench from this, and to stand firm by honor. We turn not back the silks upon the merchant when we have soiled them, nor the remainder viands. We do not throw in the unrespective sieve, because we now are full. It was thought meet Paris should do some vengeance on the Greeks. Your breath of full content bellied his sails. The seas and winds, old wranglers, took a truce and did him service. He touched the port desired, and for an old aunt whom the Greeks held captive, he brought a Grecian queen, whose youth and freshness wrinkles Apollo's, and makes stale the morning. Why keep we her? The Grecians keep our aunt. Is she worth keeping? She is a pearl, whose price hath launched above 1,000 ships, and turned crowned kings to merchants. If you'll avouch 'twas wisdom Paris went, as you must needs, for all you cried, go, go. If you'll confess he brought home noble prize, as you must needs, for you all clapped your hands and cried, inestimable. Why do you now the issue of your proper wisdom's rate, and go a deed that fortune ever did? Beggar the wisdom which you prized richer than the sea and land. O theft most base! What we have stolen, what we have feared to keep, but thieves unworthy of a thing so stolen that in their country did them that disgrace, we fear to warrant in our native place.
Cry, Trojans, cry! What noise, what shriek is this?
'Tis our mad sister. I do know her voice.
Trojans.
It is Cassandra. Enter Cassandra, raving.
Cry, Trojans, cry. Lend me 10,000 eyes, and I will fill them with prophetic tears.
Peace, sister, peace.
Virgins and boys, mid-aged and wrinkled eld, soft infancy that nothing canst but cry, add to my clamours. Let us pay betimes, a moiety of that mass of moan to come. Cry, Trojans, cry, practice your eyes with tears. Troy must not be, nor goodly Ilion stand. Our firebrand brother Paris burns us all. Cry, Trojans, cry, a Helen and a woe. Cry, cry, Troy burns, or else let Helen go. And I...
Now, youthful Troilus, do not these high strains of divination in our sister's work some touches of remorse? Or is your blood so madly hot that no discourse of reason, nor fear of bad success in a bad cause can qualify the same?
Why, brother Hector, we may not think the justness of each act such and no other than the event doth form it, nor once deject the courage of our minds, because Cassandra's mad. Her brain-sick raptures cannot distaste the goodness of a quarrel. With hath our several honors all engaged, to make it gracious. For my private part, I am no more touched than all Priam's sons, and Jove forbid there should be done amongst us such things as might offend the weakest spleen to fight for and maintain. Else might the world convince of levity as well my undertakings as your counsels. But I attest to the gods, your full consent gave wings to my propensation and cut off all fears attending on so dire a project. For what, alas, can these my single arms? What propugnation is in one's valor? To stand and push the enmity of those this quarrel would excite, yet I protest. Were I alone to pass the difficulties, and had as ample a power as I have will, Paris should ne'er retract what he hath done, nor faint in the pursuit.
Paris, you speak like one besotted on your sweet delights. You have the honey still, but these the gall. So to be valiant is no praise at all.
Sir, I propose not to merely to myself the pleasures such a beauty brings with it, but I would have the soil of her fair rape wiped off in honorable keeping her. What treason were it to the ransacked queen, disgrace to your great words, and shame to me, now to deliver her possession up on terms of base compulsion? Can it be so that so degenerate a strain as this should once set foot in your generous bosoms? There's not the meanest spirit on our party without a heart to dare or sword to draw when Helen is defended, nor none so noble whose life were ill bestowed or death inflamed, where Helen is the subject. Then, I say, well may we fight for her whom we know well. The world's large spaces cannot parallel.
Paris and Troilus, you have both said well, and on the cause and question now in hand have glozed, but superficially, not much unlike young men whom Aristotle thought unfit to hear more philosophy. To the reasons you allege do more conduce to the hot passion of distempered blood than to make up a free determination twixt right and wrong, for pleasure and revenge have ears more deaf than adders to the voice, or any true decision. Nature craves all dues be rendered to their owners. Now, what nearer debt in all humanity than wife is to the husband? If this law of nature be corrupted through affection and the great minds of partial indulgence to their benumbered wills resist the same, there is a law in each well-ordered nation to curb those raging appetites that are most disobedient, and refractory. If Helen then be wife to Sparta's king, as it is known she is, these moral laws of nature and of nations speak loud to have her back returned. Thus, to persist in doing wrong extenuates not wrong, but makes it much more heavy. Hector's opinion in way of truth. Yet nevertheless, my sprightly brethren, I propend to you in resolution to keep Helen still, for 'tis a cause that hath no mean dependence upon our joint and several dignities.
Why there, you touched the life of our design? Were it not glory that we more affected than the performance of our heaving spleens? I would not wish a drop of Trojan blood. Spent more in her defense, but worthy, Hector, she is a theme of honor and renown, a spur to valiant and magnanimous deeds, whose present courage may beat down our foes. And fame in time to come canonize us, fair I presume brave Hector would not lose so rich advantage of a promised glory as smiles upon the forehead of this action for the wide world's revenue.
I am yours, you valiant offspring of great Priamus. I have a roisting challenge sent out amongst the dun and factious nobles of the Greeks, will strike amazement to their drowsy spirits. I was advertised their great general slept, whilst emulation in the army crept. This, I presume, will wake him. Act 2, Scene 3, the Grecian camp, before Achilles' tent. Enter Thersites, alone.
How now, Thersites? What lost in the labyrinth of thy fury? Shall the elephant Ajax carry it thus? He beats me, and I rail at him. Oh, worthy satisfaction! Would it were otherwise, that I could beat him, whilst he railed at me. Foot, I'll learn to conjure and raise devils, but I'll see some issue of my spiteful excretations. Then there's Achilles, a rare engineer. If Troy be not taken with till these to undermine it, the walls will stand till they fall of themselves. O thou great thunder daughter of Olympus, forget that thou art Jove, the king of gods, and Mercury, lose all the serpentine craft of thy caduceus. If ye take not that little less than little wit from them that they have, which short-armed ignorance itself knows is so abundant scarce it will not in circumvention deliver a fly from a spider, without drawing their massy irons and cutting the web. After this, the vengeance on the whole camp, or rather the bone-ache, for that methinks is the curse dependent on those that war for a placket. I have said my prayers, and devil envy say amen. What ho, my lord Achilles!
Enter Patroclus. Who's there? Thucydides? Good Thucydides, come in and rail.
If I could have remembered a gilt counterfeit, thou wouldst not have slipped out of my contemplation. But it is no matter, thyself upon thyself. The common curse of mankind, folly and ignorance, be thine in great revenue. Heaven bless thee from a tutor, and discipline come not near thee. Let thy blood be thy discretion till thy death. Then, if she that lays thee and out says thou art a fair course, I'll be sworn and sworn that she'll never shrouded any but Lazarus. Amen. Where's Achilles?
What? Art thou devout? Wast thou in prayer?
Aye, the heavens hear me.
Enter Achilles. Who's there?
Thucydides, my lord.
Where art thou come? Why, my jeez, my digestion, why hast thou not served thyself into my table so many meals? Come, where's Agamemnon?
Thy commander, Achilles, then tell me, Patroclus, what's Achilles?
Thy lord, Thucydides. Then tell me, I pray thee, what's thyself?
Thy knower, Patroclus. Then tell me, Patroclus, what art thou?
Thou mayest tell that knowest.
Oh, tell.
I'll decline the whole question. Agamemnon commands Achilles. Achilles is my lord. I am Patroclus' knower, and Patroclus is a fool.
You rascal.
Peace, fool, I am not done.
He is a privileged man. Proceed, Thersites.
Agamemnon is a fool. Achilles is a fool. Thersites is a fool, and as aforesaid, Patroclus is a fool.
Derive this, come.
Agamemnon is a fool to offer to command Achilles. Achilles is a fool to be commanded of Agamemnon. Thersites is a fool to serve such a fool, and Patroclus is a fool positive.
Why am I a fool?
Make that demand of the prover. It suffices me thou art. Look, you, who comes here?
Patroclus, I'll speak with nobody. Come in with me, Thersites.
Here is such patchery, such juggling, and such knavery. All of the argument is a cuckold and a whore, a good quarrel to draw emulous factions and to bleed death upon. Now, the driest Serpigio on the subject, and war and lechery confound all.
Enter Agamemnon, Ulysses, Nestor, Diomedes, and Ajax.
There is Achilles.
Within his tent, but ill-disposed, my lord.
Let it be known to him that we are here. He sent our messengers, and we lay by our appointments visiting of him. Let him be told so, lest perchance he think we dare not move the question of our place, or know not what we are.
I shall say so to him.
We saw him at the opening of his tent. He is not sick.
Yes, lion's sick, sick of proud art. You may call it melancholy, but if you will favor the man, but my head 'tis pride. But why? Why? Let him show us a cause. A word, my lord.
What moves Ajax thus to bay at him?
Achilles hath inveigled his fool from him.
Who? Thersites?
He...
Then will Ajax lack matter if he has lost his argument?
No, you see, he is his argument that has his argument, Achilles.
All the better. Their fraction is more our wish than their faction. But it was strong composure a fool could disunite.
The amity that wisdom knits not, folly may easily unite, or untie. Here comes Patroclus.
No Achilles with him?
The elephant hath joints, but none for courtesy. His legs are legs for necessity, not for flexure.
Achilles bids me say he is much sorry if anything more than your sport and pleasure did move your greatness and this noble state to call upon him. He hopes it is no other but for your health and your digestion's sake and after dinner breath.
Hear you, Patroclus. We are too well acquainted with these answers, but his evasion, winged thus swift with scorn, cannot outfly our apprehensions. Much attribute he hath, and much the reason why we ascribe it to him. Yet all his virtues, not virtuously on his own part beheld, do in our eyes begin to lose their gloss. Yea, like fair fruit in an unwholesome dish, are like to rot untasted. Go and tell him, we shall come to speak with him, and you shall not sin. If you do say we think him overproud and under-honest, in self-assumption greater than that in note of judgment, and worthier than himself. He attend the savage strangeness he puts on, disguise the holy strength of their command, and underwrite in an observing kind his humorous predominance. Yea, watch his pettish loons, his ebbs, his flows, as if the passage and whole carriage of this action rode on his tide. Go tell him this, and add, that if he overhold his price so much, we'll none of him, but let him, like an engine not portable, lie under this report. Bring action hither, this cannot go to war. A stirring dwarf we do allowance give before a sleeping giant. Tell him so.
I shall, and bring his answer presently.
In second voice will not be satisfied. We come to speak with him. Ulysses, enter you.
What is he more than another?
No more than what he thinks he is.
Is he so much? Do you not think he thinks himself a better man than I am?
No question.
Will you subscribe his sort and say he is?
No, noble Ajax, you are as strong, as valiant, as wise, no less noble, much more gentle, and altogether more tractable.
Why should a man be proud? How doth pride grow? I know not what pride is.
Your mind is the clearer, Ajax, and your virtues the fairer. He that is proud eats up himself. Pride is his own glass, his own trumpet, his own chronicle, and whatever praises itself but in the deed, devours the deed in the praise.
I do hate a proud man, as I hate the engendering of toads.
Yet he loves himself. Is not strange?
Re-enter Ulysses. Achilles will not to the field tomorrow.
What is his excuse?
Doth rely on none, but carries on the stream of his dispose without observance or respect of any, in will peculiar and in self-admission.
Why will he not upon our fair request untent his person and share the air with us?
Things small as nothing. For request's sake only, he makes important possessed he is with greatness, and speaks not to himself, but with a pride that quarrels at self-breath. Imagined worth holds in his blood such soul and hot discourse that twixt his mental and his active parts, kingdomed Achilles in commotion rages and batters down himself. What should I say? He is so plaguy proud that the death tokens of it cry no recovery.
Yeah, I guess so. Let Ajax go to him, dear lord. Go you and greet him in his tent. 'Tis said he holds you well, and will be led at your request a little from himself.
Oh, Agamemnon, let it not be so. He'll consecrate the steps that Ajax makes when they go from Achilles. Shall the proud lord that bastes his arrogance with his own seam and never suffers matter of the world enter his thoughts, save such as do resolve and ruminate himself, shall he be worshipped of that we hold an idol more than he? No. This thrice worthy and right valiant lord must not so stale his palm, nobly acquired, nor by my will subjugate his merit, his amply titled as Achilles is, by going to Achilles. That were to enlard his fat already pride and add more coals to cancer when he burns with exciting great Hyperion. This lord go to him. Jupiter forbid and say in thunder, Achilles, go to him.
Oh, this is well. He rubs the vein of him. To Diomedes.
And how his silence drinks up this applause. If I go to him with my armored fist, I'll pash him over the face.
Oh, no, you shall not go.
Hey, Anna, be proud with me. I'll feast his pride. Let me go to him.
Not for the worth that hangs upon our quarrel.
Paltry, insolent fellow.
sultry. Where? How he describes himself.
Can he not be sociable?
The raven chides blackness.
I'll let his his blood.
He will be the physician that should be the patient.
And all men were of my mind.
Wit would be out of fashion.
I should not bear it so. I should eat swords first. Should pride carry it?
And what you'd have carry.
I would have 10 shares. Oop, that's not even my line. Oopsies.
I would have 10 shares.
We're nailing it. I will need him, or I'll make him supple.
He's not yet warm. Force him with praises. Pour in. His ambition is dry.
My lord, you feed too much on this dislike.
Noble general, do not so.
You must prepare to fight without Achilles.
Why, 'tis this naming of him does him harm. He is a man, but 'tis before his face I will be silent.
Wherefore should you? He's not emulous as Achilles is.
Know the whole world he is as valiant.
There, horse and dog, that shall pelter us with us. Would he were a Trojan.
What of vice were it in Ajax now?
If he were proud.
Or covetous of praise.
I are surly born.
Or strange, or self-affected.
Thank the heavens, Lord, thou art of sweet composure. Praise him that doth thee, she that gave thee suck. Famed by thy tutor and thy parts of nature, thrice famed beyond all erudition. But he that disciplined thy arms to fight, let Mars divide eternity entwine, and give him half. And for thy vigor, bull-bearing Milo his addition yield to sinewy Ajax. I will not praise thy wisdom, which like a bourne of pale shore confines thy spacious and dilated parts. Here's Nestor. Instructed by the antiquary times, he is, he cannot but be wise. Put pardon, Father Nestor, were your days as green as Ajax's and your brain so tempered, you should not have the eminence of him, but be as Ajax.
Shall I call you father?
Ah, my good son.
Be ruled by him, Lord Ajax.
There is no tarrying here. The heart Achilles keeps thicket. Please it our great general to call together all this state of war. Fresh kings are come to Troy. Tomorrow we must with all our men of power stand fast. And here's a lord. Come, knights from east to west, and call their flower. Ajax shall cope the best.
Go away to council, let Achilles sleep. Light boats sail swift, through greater hulls draw deep.
And with that comment from the wonderful Agamemnon, we will take our intermission, or first intermission for the day. Refresh yourselves, get some water, get some bio, take your meds if you haven't done that yet today. Remember that the joy of doing these virtually means that there's no queues for the bathroom and that the concession stand probably has your beverage of choice on hand. And we will see you in about 15 minutes, all. Welcome back. We are back with our second half of Troilus and Cressida, as we are going to begin with Act 3, Scene 1. Troy, Priam's palace. Enter a servant and Pandarus.
Friend, you, pray you, a word. Do not you follow the young Lord Paris?
Aye, sir, when he goes before me.
You depend upon him, I see. I mean...
Sir, I do depend upon the Lord.
You depend upon a noble gentleman. I must needs praise him.
The Lord be praised.
You know me, do you not?
Faith, sir, superficially.
Friend, know me better. I am the Lord Pandarus.
I hope I shall know your honor better.
I do desire it.
You are in a state of grace.
Grace, not so, friend. Honor and lordship are my titles. What music is this?
I do but partly know, sir. It is the music in parts.
Know you the musicians?
Wholly, sir.
Who play they to?
To the hearers, sir.
At whose pleasure, friend?
At mine, sir. And theirs that love music.
Command, I mean, friend.
Who shall I command, sir?
Friend, we understand not one another. I am too courtly, and thou art too cunning. At whose request do these men play by?
That is too indeed, sir. Marry, sir, at the request of Paris, my lord, who there in person, with him the mortal Venus, the heart-blooded of beauty, love's invisible soul.
Who? My cousin Cressida. Cressida.
No, sir. Helen, could you not find out that by her attributes?
It should seem, fellow, that thou hast not seen the Lady Cressida. I come to speak with Paris from the Prince Troilus. I will make a complimental assault upon him, for my business seethes.
Sodden business. There's a stewed phrase indeed. Enter Paris and Helen, attended.
Fair be to you, my lord, and to all this fair company. Fair desires in all fair measure. Fairly guide them, especially to you, fair queen. Their thoughts be your fair pillow.
Dear Lord, you are full of fair words.
How you speak your fair pleasure, sweet queen. Fair prince, here is good broken music.
You have broke it, cousin, and by my life you shall make it whole again. You shall piece it out with a piece of your performance. Now he is full of harmony.
Truly, lady, no.
Oh, sir.
Rude, in sooth, in good sooth, very rude.
Well said, my lord. Well, you say so in fits.
I have business to my lord, dear queen. My lord, will you vouchsafe me a word?
Nay, this shall not hedge us out. We'll hear you sing, certainly.
Well, sweet queen, you are pleasant with me, but, Mary, thus, my lord, my dear lord, a most esteemed friend, your brother Troilus.
My lord Pandarus, honey sweet lord.
Go to, sweet queen, go to. Commends himself most affectionately to you.
You shall not bob us out of our melody. If you do, our melancholy upon your head.
Sweet queen, sweet queen. That's a sweet queen, faith.
And to make a sweet lady sad is a sour offense.
Nay, that shall not serve your turn, that shall not. In truth, nay, I do not care for such words. No, no. And my lord, he desires you that if the king call for him at supper, you will make his excuse.
My lord Pandarus.
What says my sweet queen, my very, very sweet queen?
I'll lay my life with my disposer, Cressida. Nope, that's not it. What exploits in hand? Where sups he tonight?
Nay, but my lord.
What says my sweet queen? My cousin will fall out with you. You must not know where he sups.
I'll lay my life with my disposer, Cressida.
No, no, no such matter. You are wide. Come, your disposer is sick.
Well, I'll make excuse.
Aye, my good lord, why should you say Cressida? No, your poor disposer's sick.
I spy.
You spy? What do you spy? Come, give me an instrument, now, sweet queen.
Why, this is kindly done.
My niece is horribly in love with the thing you have, sweet queen.
She shall have it, my lord, if it be not my lord Paris.
No, she'll have none of him. They two are twain.
Falling in after falling out may make them three.
Come, I'll hear no more of this. I'll sing you a song now.
I prithee now, but by troth, sweet lord, thou hast a fine forehead.
As you may, you may.
Let thy song be love. This love will undo us all. Oh, Cupid, Cupid, Cupid.
Love, that it shall, faith.
Aye, good now, love. Love. Nothing but love.
In truth, it begins so, and I didn't realize when I picked this role that I would be singing, but here we go. Love, nothing but love still more. For love's bow shoots buck and doe. Love's bow shoots buck and doe. I can read English. The shaft confounds, not that it wounds, but tickles till the sore. These lovers cry, oh, till they die. Yet which seems the wound to kill, doth turn, oh, to ha, he. So dying love lives still, oh, a while, but ha, oh, groans out for ha, he ho.
Love of faith to the very tip of the nose.
He eats nothing but doves, love, and that breeds hot blood, and hot blood begets hot thoughts, and hot thoughts beget hot deeds, and hot deeds is love.
Is this the generation of love? Hot blood, hot thoughts, and hot deeds. It's the name of my new album. Why, they are vipers. Is a love a generation of vipers? Sweet lord, who's afield today?
Hector, Diphobus, Helenus, Antenor, and all the gallantry of Troy. I would fain have on today, but my Nell would not have it so. How chance my brother Troilus went not?
He hangs the lip of something. You know all, Lord Pandarus.
Oh, not I, honey sweet queen. I long to hear how they sped today. You'll remember your brother's excuse.
To a hair.
Farewell, sweet queen.
Commend me to your niece.
I will, sweet queen. And
a retreat sounded.
They're come from the field. Let us to Priam's hall, to greet the warriors, sweet Helen. To greet the warriors, sweet Helen, I must woo you to help unarm our Hector. His stubborn buckles, with these your white enchanting fingers touched, shall more obey than to the edge of steel or force of Greekish sinews. You shall do more than all the island kings. Disarm great Hector.
'Twill make us proud to be his servant Paris. Yea, what he shall receive of us as duty gives us more palm and beauty than we have, yea, overshines ourself.
Sweet above thought I love thee.
Act 3, Scene 2. The same. Pandarus' orchard. Enter Pandarus and Troilus' bard. Meeting. Boy. Not his bard, his boy. His servant. I mean, a bard could be a servant, I guess. I'm leaving now.
how now? Where's thy master at my cousin Cressida's? No, sir, he stays for you to conduct him thither. Oh, here he comes. And to Troilus. How now? I can't hear you. Speak up.
Sirrah, walk off.
Yes, my lord. The boy leaves. Have you seen my cousin?
No, Pandarus. I stalk about her door, like a strange soul on the Stygian banks, staying her waftage. Oh, be thou my Charon, and give me my swift transportance to those fields where I may wallow in the lily beds, proposed for the deserver. O gentle Pandarus, from Cupid's shoulder pluck his painted wings, and fly with me to Cressida.
Walk here in the orchard, I'll bring her straight.
Well, I'm giddy. Expectation whirls me round, the imaginary relish is so sweet that it enchants my sense. What will it be? What that the watery palate tastes indeed? Love's thrice repeated nectar, death, I fear me. Swooning destruction, or some joy too fine, too subtle potent, tuned too sharp in sweetness, for the capacity of my ruder powers. I fear it much, and I do fear besides, that I shall lose distinction in my joys, as doth a battle when they charge on heaps, the enemy is flying.
I re-enter. She's making her ready, she'll come straight. You must be witty now. She does so blush, and fetches her wind so short, as if she were frayed with a sprite. I'll fetch her. It is the prettiest villain. She fetches her breath as short as a new-attained sparrow. And I leave.
Even such a passion doth embrace my bosom. My heart beats thicker than a feverish pulse, and all my powers do their bestowing lose, like vassalage at unawares encountering the eye of majesty.
I'm back, but this time with my cousin. Come, come, what need you blush? Shame's a baby. Here she is now. Swear the oaths now to her that you've sworn to me. What, are you gone again? You must be watched ere you may be made tame, must you? Come your ways, and you drop backward. We'll put you in the fills. Why do you not speak to her? Come, draw this curtain and let's see your picture. Alas, the day, how loath you are to offend daylight. And 'twere dark, you'll come sooner. So, rub on and kiss the mistress. How now, and kiss in free farm. Build the air, carpenter. The air is sweet. Nay, you shall fight your hearts out ere I part you. The falcon as the tercel. For all the ducks in the river, go to, go to.
You have bereft me of all words, lady.
Words pay no debts, give her deeds. But she'll bereave you of the deeds too if you call her activity in question. What's billing again? Here's in witness there whereof the parties interchangeably. Come in, I'll go get a fire, and I leave them alone.
Will you walk in, my lord?
Oh, Cressida, how often has I wished me thus?
Wished, my lord. The gods grant. Oh, my lord.
What should they grant? What makes this pretty abruption? What too curious dreg espies my sweet lady in the fountain of our love?
More dregs than water, if my fears have eyes.
Fears make devils of cherubims. They never see truly.
Blind fear that seeing reason leads finds safer footing than blind reason stumbling without fear. To fear the worst oft curses the worst.
Oh, let my lady apprehend to no fear. In all Cupid's pageant there is presented no monster.
Nor nothing monstrous neither.
Nothing but our undertakings. When we vow to weep seas, live in fire, eat rocks, tame tigers, thinking it harder for our mistress to devise imposition enough than for us to undergo any difficulty imposed. This is the monstrosity in love, lady, that the will is infinite and the execution confined, that the desire is boundless and the act a slave to limit.
They say all lovers swear more performance than they are able, and yet reserve an ability that you never perform, vowing more than the perfection of 10 and discharging less than the 10th part of 1. They that have the voice of lions and the act of hares, are they not monsters?
Are there such? Such are not we. Praise us as we are tasted. Allow us as we prove. Our head shall go bare till merit crown it. No perfection in reversion shall have a praise in present. We will not name desert. We will not name desert before his birth, and being born, his addition shall be humble. Few words to fair faith. Troilus shall be such to Cressid as what envy can say worst shall be a mock for his truth. And what truth can speak truest, not truer than Troilus.
Will you walk in, my lord?
I'm back, and what? Blushing still? Have you not done talking yet?
Well, uncle, what folly I commit, I dedicate to you.
I thank you for that. If my lord get a boy of you, you'll give him me. Be true to my lord. If he flinch, chide me for it.
You know now your hostages, your uncle's word and my firm faith.
Nay, I'll give my word for her too, our kindred. Though they be long ere they are wooed, they are constant being one. They are burrs, I can tell you. They'll stick where they are thrown.
Boldness comes to me now and brings me heart. Prince Troilus, I have loved you night and day for many weary months.
Why was my Cressid then so hard to win?
Hard to seem one, but I was one, my lord, with the first glance that ever. Pardon me, if I confess much, you will play the tyrant. I love you now, but not till now so much, but I might master it. In faith, I lie. My thoughts were like unbridled children, grown too strong, headstrong for their mother. See, we fools. Why have I laughed? Who shall be true to us when we are so unsecret to ourselves? But though I loved you well, I wooed you not. And yet, good faith, I wished myself a man, or that we women had men's privilege of speaking first. Sweet, bid me hold my tongue, for in this rapture I shall surely speak the thing I shall repent. See your silence, cunning and dumbness, from my weakness draws my very soul of counsel. Stop my mouth.
And shall, albeit sweet music issues thence.
Pretty, in faith.
My lord, I do beseech you pardon me. 'Twas not my purpose thus to beg a kiss. I am ashamed. Oh heavens, what have I done? For this time will I take my leave, my lord.
Your leave, sweet Cressid.
Leave! And you take leave till tomorrow morning.
Pray you content you.
What offends you, lady?
Sir, mine own company.
You cannot shun yourself.
Let me go and try. The kind of self resides with you, but an unkind self that itself will leave to be another's fool. I would be gone. Where's my wit? I know not what I speak.
Well, they know what they speak, and that speak so wisely.
Perchance, my lord, I show more craft than love, and fell so roundly to a large confession to angle for your thoughts. But you are wise, or else you love not. For to be wise and love exceeds man's might, that dwells with gods above.
Oh, that I thought it could be in a woman, as if it can, I will presume in you. To feed for aye her rampant flames of love, to keep her constancy and plight and youth, outliving beauty's outward, with a mind that doth renew swifter than blood decays. Or that persuasion could but thus convince me that my integrity and truth to you might be affronted with the match and weight of such a winnowed purity and love, and were I then uplifted. But alas, I am as true as truth's simplicity, and simpler than the infancy of truth.
In that I'll war with you.
O virtuous flight! When right with right wars, who shall be most right? True swains in love shall in the world to come approve their truths by Troilus, when their rhymes, full of protest, of oath and big compare, want similes, truth tired with iteration, as true as steel, as plantage to the moon, as sun to day, as turtle to her mate, as iron to adamant. as earth to the center. Yet, after all comparisons of truth, as truth authentic author to be cited, as true as Troilus shall crown up the verse and sanctify the numbers.
Prophet may you be, if I be false, or swear a hair from truth. When time is old and hath forgot itself, when water drops have worn the stones of Troy, and blind oblivion swallowed cities up, and mighty states, characterless, are graded to dusty nothing, yet let memory, from false to false, among false maids and love, upbraid my falsehood. When they've said, as false as air, as water, wind, or sandy earth, as fox to lamb, as wolf to heifer's calf, pard to the hind, or stepdame to her son, yea, let them say, to the stick the heart of falsehood, as false as Cressida.
Go to, the bargain made. Seal it. I'll be the witness. Here, I hold your hand. Here, my cousins. If ever you prove false to one another, since I have taken such pains to bring you together, let all pitiful goers between be called to the world's end after my name. Call them all Pandars. Let all constant men be Troilus, all false women Cressids, and all brokers between Pandars. Say amen.
Amen.
Amen. Whereupon I will show you a chamber with a bed, which bed, because it shall not speak of your pretty encounters, press it to death. Away, and Cupid grant all tongue-tied maidens here, bed, chamber, Pandar to provide this gear.
Yep. Act 3, Scene 3. The Grecian camp, before Achilles' tent. Enter Agamemnon, Ulysses, Diomedes, Nestor, Ajax, Menelaus. Oh wait, my dude Calchas. I don't know who Calchas is, we'll find out.
Okay, I'll do it. Let me, okay. Calchas. Now, princes, for the service I have done you, the advantage of the time prompts me aloud. To call for recompense, appear to your mind that through the sight I bear in things to love, I have abandoned Troy, left my possession, incurred a traitor's name, exposed myself from certain and possessed conveniences, to doubtful fortunes, sequestering from me all that time, acquaintance, custom, and condition, made tame and most familiar to my nature, and here to do you service, and become as new into the world, strange, unacquainted. I do beseech you, as in way of taste, to give me now a little benefit, out of those many registered in promise, which, you say, live to come in my behalf.
What wouldst thou of us, Trojan? Make demand.
You have a Trojan prisoner called Antenor. Yesterday took. Troy holds him very dear. Often have you, thanks therefore, desired my Cressida in right great exchange, whom Troy hath still denied. But this Antenor, I know, is such a rest in their affairs that their negotiations almost slack. Wanting his manage, they will almost give us a prince of blood, a son of Priam, in change of him. Let him be sent, great princes, and be shall by my daughter, and her presence shall quite strike off all service I have done, in most accepted pain.
Let Diomedes bear him, and bring us Cressida hither. Calchas shall have what he requests of us. Good Diomed, furnish you fairly for this in a change. Withal, bring word of Hector will tomorrow be answered in his challenge. Ajax is ready.
This shall I undertake, and 'tis a burden which I am proud to bear.
They leave.
Enter Achilles and Patroclus before their tent.
Achilles stands in the entrance of his tent, pleased our general to pass strangely by him as if he were forgot, and princes all lay negligent and lose regard upon him. I will come last. 'Tis like he'll question me why such unplausible eyes are bent on him. If so, I have derision medicinable to use between your strangeness and his pride, which his own will shall have desire to drink. It may be good. Pride hath no other glass to show itself with pride, for supple knees feed arrogance and are the proud man's fees.
We'll execute your purpose and put on a form of strangeness as we pass along. So do each lord, and either greet him not, or else disdainfully, which shall shake him more than if I not looked on. I will lead the way.
What comes the general to speak with me? You know my mind. I'll fight no more against Troy.
What says Achilles? Would he aught with us?
Would you, my lord, aught with the general?
No.
Nothing, my lord.
The better.
Exit Agamemnon and Nestor.
Good day. Good day.
How do you?
What, does the cuckold scorn me?
How now, Patroclus?
Good morrow, Ajax.
Ha!
Good morrow.
Aye, and good next day too.
What mean these fellows? Know they not Achilles?
They pass by strangely. They were used to bend to send their smiles before them to Achilles, to come as humbly as they used to creep to holy altars.
What, am I poor of late? 'Tis certain greatness, once fallen out with fortune, must fall out with men too. What the decline is, he shall as soon read in the eyes of others as feel in his own fall. For men, like butterflies, show not their mealy wings but to the summer, and not a man, but for being simply man, hath any honor, but honor for those honors that are without him, as place, riches, favor, prizes of accident, as oft as merit, which when they fall is being slippery standards, the love that leaned on them as slippery too. Do one pluck down another, and together die in the fall. But 'tis not so with me. Fortune and I are friends. I do enjoy at ample point all that I did possess, save these men's looks. Eh, who do methinks find out something not worth in me, such rich beholding as they have often given. Here's Ulysses. I'll interrupt his reading. How now, Ulysses? Now, great Theseus's son. What are you reading? A strange fellow here writes me that man, how dearly ever parted, how much in having, or without, or in, cannot make boast to have that which he hath, nor feels not what he owes but by reflection, as when his virtues shining upon others heat them, and they retort their heat again to the first giver. This is strange, Ulysses. The beauty that is born here in the face, the bear knows not, but commends itself to others' eyes, nor that the eye itself, that most pure spirit of sense, behold itself, not going from itself, but eye to eye opposed, salutes each other with each other's form. For speculation turns not to itself till it hath travelled, and is mirrored there, where it may see itself. This is not strange at all. I do not strain at the position. It is familiar, but at the author's drift, who in his circumstance expressly proves that no man is the lord of anything, though in and of him there be much consisting, till he communicate his parts to others, nor doth he of himself know them for aught till he behold them formed in the applause where they're extended, who like an arch reverberates the voice again, or like a gate of steel fronting the sun receives and renders back his figure and his heat, I was much wrapped in this, and apprehend here immediately the unknown Ajax. Heavens, what a man is there! A very horse that has he knows not what. Nature, what things are most abject in regard and dear in use, what things again most dear in the esteem and poor in work. Now shall we see tomorrow an act that very chance doth throw upon him, Ajax renowned. O heavens, what some men do, while some men leave to do. How some men creep in skittish fortune's hall, whiles others play the idiots in her ears. How one man eats into another's pride, while pride is fasting in his wantonness. To see these Grecian lords, why, even already they clap the lubber Ajax on their shoulder, as if his foot were on brave Hector's breast, and great Troy shrieking. I do believe it, for they passed by me as misers do by beggars, neither gave to me good word nor look. But are my deeds forgot? Time hath my lord a wallet at his back, wherein he puts alms for oblivion. A great sized monster of ingratitudes. Those scraps are good deeds past, which are devoured as fast as they are made, forgot as soon as done. Perseverance, dear my lord, keeps honor bright. To have done is to hang quite out of action, like a rusty mail in monumental mockery. Take the instant way. For honor travels in a strait so narrow, where one but goes abreast. Keep then the path. For emulation hath 1,000 sons that one by one purse. If you give way, our hedge aside from the direct forthright, like to an entered tide, they all rush by and leave you hindmost. Or like a gallant horse, fallen in first rank, lie there for pavement to the abject rear, or run and trampled on, then what do they do in present? Though less than yours in past, most or top yours, for time is like a fashionable host that slightly shakes its parting guest by the hand, and with his arms outstretched, as he would fly, grasps in the comer, welcome every smiles, and farewell goes out sighing. Oh, let not virtue seek remuneration for the thing it was, for beauty, wit, high birth, rigor of bone, desert in service, love, friendship, charity are subjects all to envious and culminating time. One touch of nature makes the whole world kin, that all with one consent praise newborn gods, though they are made and molded of things past, and give to dust that is a little guilt more laud than gilt or dusted. The present eye praises the present object, then marvel not, thou great and complete man, that all the Greeks begin to worship Ajax, since things in motion sooner catch the eye than what not stirs. The cry went once on thee, and still it might, and yet it may again, if thou wouldst not entomb thyself alive, and case thy reputation in thy tent, whose glorious deeds but in these fields of late made emulous missions mongst the gods themselves, and drave great Mars to faction. Of this my privacy I have strong reasons. But against your privacy the reasons are more potent and heroical. 'Tis known, Achilles, that you are in love with one of Priam's daughters. Ha! Known. Is that a wonder? The providence that is a watchful state knows almost every grain of Plutus's gold, finds bottom in the uncomprehensible deeps, keeps place with thought, and almost like the gods, does thoughts unveil in their dumb cradles. There is a mystery, with whom relation durst never meddle, in the soul of state, which hath an operation more divine than breath or pen can give expression to. All the commerce that you have had with Troy as perfectly is ours as yours, my lord. And better word it fit Achilles much to throw down Hector than Polyxena, but it must grieve young Pyrrhus now at home, when fame shall in our island sound her trump, and all the Greekish girls shall tripping sing, great Hector's sister did Achilles win, but our great Ajax bravely beat down him. Farewell, my lord. As I your lover speak, the fool slides o'er the ice that he should break.
To this effect, Achilles, have I moved you? A woman impudent and mannish grown is not more loathed than an effeminate man in time of action. I stand condemned for this. They think my stomach to the war and your great love to me restrains you thus. Sweet, rouse yourself, and weak wanton Cupid shall from your neck unloose his amorous fold, and like a dewdrop from a lion's mane be shook to air.
Shall Ajax fight with Hector?
Aye, and perhaps receive much honor by him.
I see my reputation is at stake. My fame is shroudedly gored.
Oh, then beware. These wounds heal ill that men do give themselves. Omission to do what is necessary seals a commission to a blank of a danger, and danger, like an ague, subtly taints even then when we sit idly in the sun.
Go call Thirsties hither, sweet Patroclus. I'll send the fool to Ajax and desire him to invite the Trojan lords after the combat to see us here unarmed. I have a woman's longing and appetite that I am sick withal to see great Hector in his weeds of peace, to talk with him and to behold his visage, even to my full of view.
And to Thucydides.
A labor saved.
A wonder.
What?
Ajax goes up and down the field asking for himself.
How so?
He must fight singly tomorrow with Hector, and is so prophetically proud of an heroical cudgeling that he raves in saying nothing.
How can that be?
Why, he stalks up and down like a peacock, astride and astand, ruminates like an hostess that hath no arithmetic, but her brain to set down her reckoning, bites his lip with a politic regard, as who should say, there were wit in this head, and 'twould out, and so there it is. But it lies as coldly in him as fire in a flint, which will not show without knocking. The man's undone forever, for if Hector break not his neck in the combat, he'll break it himself in vain glory. He knows not me. I said, good morrow, Ajax, and he replies, thanks, Agamemnon. What think you of this man that takes me for the general? We sound nothing alike. He's grown a very large landfish, a languageless, a monster, a plague of opinion. A man may wear it on both sides, like a leather jerkin, though we do look alike.
Thou must be my ambassador to him, Thersites.
Who, I? Why, he'll answer nobody. He professes not answering. Speaking is for beggars. He wears his tongue in arms. I will put on this presence, lest Patroclus make demands to me. You shall see the pageant of Ajax.
To him, Patroclus, tell him I humbly desire the valiant Ajax to invite the most valorous Hector to come unarmed to my tent and to procure safe conduct for his person of the magnanimous and most illustrious 6 or 7 times honored captain general of the Grecian army, Agamemnon, etc. Do this.
Jove bless great Ajax.
Hmm.
I come from the worthy Achilles, who most humbly desires you to invite Hector to his tent. To procure safe conduct from Agamemnon.
Agamemnon?
Aye, my lord. What say you to do it?
God be with you, with all my heart.
Your answer tomorrow, sir. Your answer, sir.
If tomorrow be a fair day, by 11 o'clock it will go one way or other. Howsoever, he shall pay me for ere he has me.
Your answer, sir.
Fare you well with all my heart.
Why, but he is not in this tomb, is he?
No, but he's out of tune thus. What music will be in him when Hector has knocked out his brains, I know not, but I am sure none unless the fiddler Apollo gets his sinews to make catlings on.
Come, thou shalt bear a letter to him straight.
Let me bear another to his horse, for that's the more capable creature.
My mind is troubled like a fountain stirred, and I myself see not the bottom of it.
Would the fountain of your mind were clear again, that I might water an ass at it. I'd rather be a ticking a sheep than such a valiant ignorance. And I leave.
Act 4, Scene 1. Troy. A street. Enter, from one side, Aeneas and a servant with a torch. From the other, Paris, Deiphobus, Antenor, Diomedes, and others with torches. The torches are important here, people.
See, ho! Who is that there?
It's the Lord Aeneas.
Is the prince there in person? Had I so good occasion to lie long as you, Prince Paris, nothing but heavenly business should rob my bedmate of my company.
A valiant Greek, Aeneas. Take his hand. Witness the process of your speech wherein you told how Diomed, a whole week by days, did haunt you in the field.
Health to you, valiant sir, during all question of the gentle truce, but when I met you armed as black defiance as heart can think or courage execute.
Was that me too? Yep. The one and other Diomed embraces, our blood are now in calm, and so long health. But when contention and occasion meet, by Jove, I'll play the hunter for thy life with all my force, pursuit, and policy.
And thou shalt hunt a lion that will fly with his face backward. In humane gentleness, welcome to Troy. Now, by Anchises' life, welcome indeed. By Venus's hand, I swear, no man alive can love in such a sort the thing he means to kill more excellently.
We sympathize, Jove. Let Aeneas live. If to my sword his fate be not the glory 1,000 complete courses of the sun, but in mine emulous honor, let him die, with every joint a wound, and that tomorrow.
We know each other well.
We do, and long to know each other worse. This is the most despiteful gentle hearing, the noblest hateful love that e'er I heard of. What business, lord, so early?
I was sent for to the king, but why I know not.
His purpose meets you. 'Twas to bring this Greek to Calchas' house, and there to render him for the enfreed Antenor, the fair Cressida. Let's have your company. Or if you please, haste there before us. I constantly do think, or rather, call my thought a certain knowledge. My brother Troilus lodges there tonight. Rouse him and give him note of our approach, with the whole quality wherefore. I fear we shall be much unwelcome.
That I assure you. Troilus had rather Troy were born to Greece than Cressida born from Troy.
There is no help. The better disposition of the time will have it so. On, lord, we'll follow you.
Good morrow, all.
Tell me, noble Diomed, faith tell me true, even in the soul of sound good fellowship, who, in your thoughts, merits fair Helen best, myself or Menelaus? Both alike, he merits well to have her, that doth seek her, not making any scruple of her soilure, with much hell of pain and world of charge, and you as well to keep her that defend her, not palating taste of her dishonor with such a costly loss of wealth and friends. He, like a pulling cuckold, would drink up the lees and dregs of a flat tamed peace. You, like a lecher out of whorish loins, are pleased to breed out your inheritors. both merits poised. Each weighs nor less nor more, but he as he, the heavier for a whore. You are too bitter to your countrywoman. She's bitter to her country. Hear me, Paris. For every false drop in her bawdy veins, a Grecian's life has sunk. For every scruple of her contaminated carrion weight, a Trojan has been slain. Since she could speak, she hath not given so many good words breath as for her Greeks and Trojans suffered death. Fair Diomed, you do as chapmen do. Dispraise the thing that you desire to buy, but we in silence hold this virtue well. But will command what we intend to sell. Here lies our way.
Act 4, Scene 2. The same. The court of Pandarus' house. Enter Troilus and Cressida.
Dear, trouble not yourself. The morn is cold.
Then, sweet my love, I'll call mine uncle down. He shall unbolt the gates.
Trouble him not. To bed, to bed. Sleep, kill those pretty eyes, and give a soft attachment to thy senses, as infants empty of all thought.
Good morrow, then.
I prithee now, to bed.
Are you aweary of me?
Oh, Cressida, but that the busy day, walked by the lark, hath roused the ribald crows, and dreaming night will hide our joys no longer. I would not from thee.
Night hath been too brief.
Beshrew the witch. With venomous wights she stays as tediously as hell, but flies the grasps of love. With wings more momentary swift than thought. You will catch cold, and curse me.
Prithee, tarry. You men will never tarry. Oh, foolish Cressid. I might have still held off, and then you would have tarried. Hark, there's one up.
What's all the doors open here?
It is your uncle.
A pestilence on him. Now will he be mocking. I shall have such a life.
How now, how now? How go maidenheads? Here, you maid, where's my cousin Cressid?
Go hang yourself, you naughty mocking uncle. You bring me to do, and then you flout me too.
To do what? To do what? Let her say what. What have I brought you to do?
Come, beshrew your heart. You'll never be good, no suffer ours.
Alas, poor wretch! Alas, poor Capoccia! Hast not slept tonight? Would he not, a naughty man, let it sleep? A bugbear take him.
Did not I tell you? Would he were knock at the head? Knock, knock, knock. Who's that at the door? Good uncle, go and see. My lord, come you again into my chamber? You smile and mock me as if I meant naughtily.
Ha ha!
Come, you are deceived. I think of no such thing. Knock, knock, knock. How earnestly they knock. Pray you come in. I would not for half Troy have you seen here. We exit.
Who's there? What's the matter? Will you beat down the door? How now? What is the matter?
Enter Aeneas. Good morrow, lord, good morrow.
Who's there? My lord Aeneas! By my troth, I knew you not. What news with you so early?
Is not Prince Troilus here?
Here? What should he do here?
Come, he is here, my lord. Do not deny him. It doth import him much to speak with me.
Is he here, say you? 'Tis more than I know, I'll be sworn. For my own part, I came in late. What should he do here?
Who? Nay, then come, you'll do him wrong ere you aware. You'll be so true to him to be false to him. Do not you know of him, but yet go, fetch him hither, go!
Re-enter Troilus. How now? What's the matter?
My lord, I scarce have leisure to salute you, my matter is so rash. There is at hand Paris, your brother, and Diphobius, the Grecian Diomede, and our Antenor, delivered to us, and for him forthwith, ere the first sacrifice within this hour, we must give up to Diomedes' hand the Lady Cressida.
Is it so concluded?
By Priam and the general state of Troy, they are at hand and ready to effect it.
How my achievements mock me. I will go meet them, and my lord Aeneas, we met by chance. You did not find me here.
Good, my lord. The secrets of nature have not more gift in taciturnity. Exit Troilus and Aeneas.
Is it possible? No sooner got but lost. The devil take Antenor. The young prince will go mad. A plague upon Antenor. I wish they'd broke his neck.
Re-enter Cressida. How now? What's the matter? Who is here? Why saw you so profoundly? Where's my lord? Gone? Tell me, sweet uncle, what's the matter?
Would I were as deep under the earth as I am above.
The gods, what's the matter?
Oh, prithee get in. Oh, prithee get thee in. Would thou hadst ne'er been born? I knew thou'dst would be his death. Oh, poor gentleman, a plague upon Antenor.
Good uncle, I beseech you, on my knees, beseech you, what's the matter?
Thou must be gone, wench, thou must be gone. Thou art changed for Antenor. Thou must to thy father and be gone from Troilus. 'Twill be his death, 'twill be his bane, he cannot bear it.
Oh, you immortal gods, I will not go.
Thou must.
I will not, uncle. I have forgot my father. I know no touch of consanguinity, no kid, no love, no blood, no soul so near me as this sweet Troilus. Oh, you gods divine, make Cressida's name the very crown of falsehood if ever she leaves Troilus. Time, force, and death, do to this body what extremes you can. But the strong base and building of my love is as the very center of the earth, drawing all things to it. I'll go in and weep.
Do.
Tear my bright hair and scratch my praised cheeks, crack my clear voice with sobs and break my heart with sounding Troilus. I will not go from Troy.
Act 4, Scene 3, the same. Street before Pandarus' house. Enter Paris, Troilus, Aeneas, Diphobius, Antenor. Oh wait, and Diomedes too. But he's a Greek, so who cares?
It is great morning, and the hour of prefix of her delivery in this valiant Greek comes fast upon. Good, my brother Troilus, tell you the lady what she is to do, and haste her to the purpose. Walk into her house, I'll bring her to the Grecian presently, and to his hand will I deliver her. Think it an altar, and thy brother Troilus, a priest there offering to it his own heart. I know what 'tis to love, and would, as I shall pity, I could help. Please you walk in, my lords.
Act 4, Scene 4, the same. Pandarus' house. Enter Pandarus and Cressida.
Be moderate, be moderate.
Why tell you me of moderation? The grief is fine, full, perfect that I taste, and violent in a sense as strong as that which causes it. How can I moderate it? If I could temporize with my affection or brew it to a weak and colder palate, the like aliment could I give my grief. My love admits no qualifying dross, no more my grief in such a precious loss.
Here he comes. Ah, sweet ducks.
Oh, Troilus.
What a pair of spectacles is here! Let me embrace too, O heart, as the goodly saying is, O heavy, heavy heart, why sighest thou without breaking? Where he answers again, because thou canst not ease thy smart by friendship nor by speaking. There was never a truer rhyme. Let us cast away nothing, for we may live to have need of such verse. We see it, we see it. How now, lambs?
Chrysid, I love thee in so strained a purity, that the blessed gods, as angry with my fancy, more bright in zeal than the devotion which cold lips blow to their deities, take thee from me.
Have the gods envy?
Aye, aye, aye. Aye, 'tis too plain a case.
And is it true that I must go from Troy?
A hateful truth.
What? And from Troilus too?
From Troy and Troilus.
Is it possible?
And suddenly, where injury of chance puts back leave taking, justles roughly by all time of pause, rudely beguiles our lips of all rejoinder, forcibly prevents our locked embraces, strangles our dear vows, even in the birth of our own laboring breath. We two, that with so many thousand sighs did I by each other, must poorly sell ourselves with the rude brevity and discharge of one injurious time now with a robber's haste crams his rich thievery up. He knows not how. As many farewells as be stars in heaven, with distinct breath and consigned kisses to them, he fumbles up into a loose adieu, and scants us with a single famished kiss, distasted with the salt of broken tears.
With my lord, is the lady ready?
Hark! You are called. Some say the genius so cries, come to him, that instantly must die. Bid them have patience. She shall come anon.
Where are my tears? Rain, to lay this wind, or my heart will be blown up by the root.
I must send to the Grecians.
No remedy.
A woeful cressid amongst the merry Greeks. When shall we see again?
Hear me, my love, be thou but true of heart.
Aye, true. How now? What wicked deem is this?
Nay, we must use expostulation kindly, for it is parting from us. I speak not, be thou true, as fearing thee, for I will throw my glove to death itself, that there's no maculation in thy heart, but be thou true. Say I to fashion in my sequent protestation, be thou true, and I will see thee.
Oh, you shall be exposed, my lord, to dangers as infinite as eminent. But I'll be true.
And I'll grow friend with danger. Wear this sleeve.
And you this glove. When shall I see you?
I will corrupt the Grecian sentinels to give thee nightly visitation. But yet be true.
Oh heavens, be true again?
Here will I speak it, love. The Grecian youths are full of quality. They're loving, well composed, with gifts of nature flowing and swelling o'er with arts and exercise. How novelty may move and parts with person. Alas, a kind of godly jealousy, which I beseech you call a virtue's sin, makes me afeard.
Oh heavens, you love me not.
Die I a villain, then? In this I do not call your faith in questioning, so mainly as merit. I cannot sing, nor heal the high lavolt, nor sweeten talk, nor play at subtle games, fair virtues all, to which the Grecians are most prompt and pregnant. But I can tell that in each grace of these there lurks a still and dumb discourse devil that tempts most discunningly. But be not tempted.
Do you think I will?
No, but something may be done that we will not. And sometimes we are devils to ourselves when we will tempt the frailty of our powers, presuming on their changeful potency.
Nay, good my lord.
Come, kiss, and let us part. Brother Troilus! Good brother, come you hither, and bring Aeneas and the Grecian with you.
My lord, will you be true?
Who? I? It is my vice, my fault. Whiles others fish with craft for great opinion, I with great truth catch mere simplicity. Whilst some with cunning gild their copper crowns, with truth and plainness I do wear mine bare. Fear not my truth, the moral of my wit is plain and true. There's all the reach of it. Enter Aeneas, Paris, Antenor, Deiphobus, and Diomedes. Welcome, Sir Diomed. Here is the lady which for Antenor we deliver you. At the port, Lord, I'll give her to thy hand, and by the way possess thee what she is. Entreat her fair, and by my soul, fair Greek, if e'er thou stand at mercy of my sword, name Cressida, and thy life shall be safe, as Priam as in Ilion. That's me as well. Fair Lady Cressida, so please you save the thanks this prince expects. The luster in your eye, heaven in your cheek, pleads your fair usage, and to Diomed you shall be mistress, and command him wholly. Grecian, thou dost not use me courteously. To shame the zeal of my petition to thee is in praising her? I tell thee, Lord of Greece, she is as far high soaring o'er the praises as thou unworthy to be called her servant. I charge thee use her well, even for my charge, for by the dreadful Pluto, if thou dost not, though the great bulk Achilles be thy god, I'll cut thy throat. Oh, be not moved, Prince Troilus. Let me be privileged by my place and message, to be a speaker free. When I am hence, I'll answer to my lust. And you know, Lord, I'll nothing do on charge. To her own worth she shall be prized. But that you say, be it so, I'll speak it in my spirit and honor. No. Come to port. I'll take thee, Diomed. This brave shall oft make thee hide thy head. Lady, give me your hand, and as we walk to our own selves, bend we our needful talk.
Exit Troilus, Cressida, and Diomedes.
Hark! Hector's trumpet!
How have we spent this morning? The prince must think me tardy and remiss that sought to ride before him to the field.
'Tis Troilus' fault. Come, come to the field with him. Let us make ready straight.
Yea, with the bridegroom's fresh alacrity, let us address to tend on Hector's heels. The glory of our Troy doth this day lie on his fair and signal chivalry. Act 4, Scene 5, the Grecian camp. Lists are set out, because the ancient Greeks tilted with jousting.
Oh yeah, definitely. Mm-hmm. Historical fact right there.
Thanks, Bill. Enter Ajax, armed, Agamemnon, Achilles, Patroclus, Menelaus, Ulysses, Nestor, and a whole fuck ton of others.
Yeah, Art thou an appointment fresh and fair, anticipating time with starting courage? Give with that trumpet a loud note to Troy, thou dreadful Ajax, and that appalled air may pierce the head of the great combatant and hale him hither.
Oh, trumpet, there's my purse. Now crack thy lungs and split thy brazen pipe. Blow, villain, till thy sphered bias cheek outswear the colour of puffed aquilon. Come stretch thy chest and let the eyes spout blood. Thou blowest for Hector.
No trumpet answers. 'Tis but early days.
Is not yon Diomed with Calchas's daughter?
'Tis he. I ken the manner of his gult. He rises on the toe, that spirit of his in aspiration lifts him from the earth.
Enter Diomedes with Cressida.
Is this the Lady Cressida?
Even she.
Most dearly welcome to the Greeks, sweet lady.
Our general doth salute you with a kiss.
It is the kindness but particular. 'Twere better she were kissed in general.
Envoy, their courtly council. I am a little older and slightly unwell, so I'm trying to keep myself together. A very courtly council, I'll begin. So much for Nestor.
I'll take what winter from your lips, fair lady. Achilles bids you welcome.
I've had a good argument for kissing once.
But that's no argument for kissing now, for this popped Paris is his hardiment, and parted thus you and your argument.
O deadly gall, and theme of all our scorns, for which we lose our heads to gild his horns.
The first was Menelaus' kiss, this mine, Patroclus, kisses you.
Oh, this is trim.
Paris and I kiss evermore for him.
I'll have my kiss, sir. Lady, by your leave.
In kissing, do you render or receive?
Both take and give.
I'll make my match to live. The kiss you take is better than you give. Therefore, no kiss.
I'll give you boot. I'll give you 3 for 1.
You're an odd man. Give even or give none.
An odd man, lady. Every man is odd.
No, Paris is not. For you know 'tis true that you are odd, and he is even with you.
You fillip me o'er the head.
No, I'll be sworn. If we're no match to your nail against his horn, may I, sweet lady, beg a kiss of you? You may. I do desire it. Why beg then? Why, that for Venus' sake, give me a kiss when Helen is a maid again and his. Am I your debtor? Claim it when 'tis due. Never's my day, and then a kiss of you.
Lady, a word. I'll bring you to your father.
Exit Diomed with Cressida. A woman of good sense. Good quick sense.
Fie upon her. There's language in her eye, her cheek, her lip, nay, her foot speaks. Her wanton spirits look out at every joint and motive of her body. Oh, these encounterers, so glib of tongue, that give a caustic welcome ere it comes, and wipe unclasp the tables of their thoughts to every ticklish reader. Set them down for sluttish spoils of opportunity and daughters of the game.
Oh, trumpets.
The Trojans trumpet.
Yes, yonder comes the troop.
Enter Hector, armed, Aeneas, Troilus, and other Trojans with attendants. Hail all you state of Greece, what shall be done to him that victory commands? And do you propose a victor shall be known? Will you, the knights, shall to their edge of all extremity pursue each other, or shall be divided? By any voice or order of the field, Hector is bid to ask.
Which way would Hector have it?
He cares not, he'll obey conditions.
'Tis done like Hector, but securely done, a little proudly, and a great deal misbrizing the knight opposed.
Therefore Achilles... Oh wait, excuse me. If not Achilles, sir, what is your name?
If not Achilles, nothing.
Therefore Achilles, but whatever know this, in the extremity of great and little, valor and pride excel themselves in Hector. The one almost as infinite as all, the other blank as nothing. Weigh him well, and that which looks like pride and is courtesy. This Ajax is half made of Hector's blood, in love wherefore half Hector stays at home. Half heart, half hand, half Hector comes to seek this bended knight, half Trojan and half Greek.
A maiden battle, then. Oh, I perceive you.
Re-enter Diomedes.
Here is Sir Diomed. Go, gentle knight, stand by our Ajax, as you and Lord Aeneas consent upon the order of their fight. So be it. Either to the uttermost, or else a breath, the combatants being kin, half stints their strife before the strokes begin.
Ajax and Hector enter the lists.
They are opposed already.
What Trojan is that same that looks so heavy?
The youngest son of Priam, a true knight, not yet mature, yet matchless, firm of word, speaking in deeds and deedless in his tongue, not soon provoked, nor being provoked, soon calmed, his heart and hand both open and both free. For what he has he gives, what thinks he shows. Yet gives he not till judgment guide his bounty, nor dignifies an impure thought with breath. Manly as Hector, but more dangerous. For Hector in his blaze of wrath subscribes to tender objects, but he in heat of action is more vindictive than jealous love. They call him Troilus, and on him erect a second hope, as fairly built as Hector. Thus says Aeneas, one that knows the youth even to his inches, and with private soul did in great Ilion thus translate him to me.
They are in action.
Well, sorry.
They're fighting. It's quite a scene.
Now, Ajax, hold thine own.
Hector, thou sleepst. Awake thee.
These blows are well disposed. There, Ajax.
You must know more.
Prince is enough, so please you.
I'm not warm yet. Let us fight again. As Hector pleases.
Why then, will I no more? Thou art, great lord, my father's sister's son, a cousin germain to great Priam's seed. The obligation of our blood forbids a gory emulation twixt us twain. Were thy commixtion Greek and Trojan, so that thou couldst say, this hand is Grecian all, and this is Trojan, the sinews of this leg all Greek, and this all Troy, my mother's blood runs on the dexter cheek, and this sinister bound in my father's heart. By Jove's multipotent, thou shouldst not bear from me a Greekish remember, wherein my sword had not impression made of our rank feud. But the just gods can say that any drop of thou borrowedst from thy mother, my sacred aunt, should by my mortal soul be drained. Let me embrace thee, Ajax. By him that thunders thou hast lusty arms. Hector would have them fall upon him thus. Cousin, all honor to thee.
I thank thee, Hector. Thou art too gentle and too free a man. I came to kill thee, cousin, and bear hence a great addition earned in my death.
Not Neoptolemus so admirable, on whose bright crest fame with her loudest always cries, this is he, could promise to himself a thought of added honor torn from Hector. There is experience here from both sides. What further will you do? We'll answer it. The issue is embracement. Ajax. Farewell.
If I might in entreaties find success, as seldom as I have the chance, I would desire my famous cousin to our Grecian tents. 'Tis Agamemnon's wish, and the great Achilles doth long to see unarmed the valiant Hector.
Aeneas, call my brother Troilus to me and signify this loving interview to the spectators of our Trojan part. Desire them home. Give me thy hand, my cousin. I will go eat with thee and see your knights.
Great Agamemnon comes to meet us here.
The worthiest of them tell me name by name, but for Achilles mine own searching eyes shall find him by his large and portly size.
Worthy of arms, as welcome as to one that would be rid of such an enemy. But that's no welcome. Understand more clear. What's past and what's to come is strewed with husks and a formless ruin of oblivion. But in this extant moment, faith and troth, strained purely from all hollow bias drawn, bids thee, with most divine integrity, from heart of very heart, great Hector, welcome.
I thank thee, most imperious Agamemnon.
And to the young Troilus I say, my well-famed Lord of Troy, no less to you.
Let me confirm my princely brother's greeting. You brace of warlike brothers, welcome hither.
Who must we answer? The noble Menelaus. Oh, you, my lord? By Mars' gauntlet, thanks. Mock not that I affect the untraded oath. Your quondam wife swears, still by Venus's glove. She's well, but bid me not to commend her to you.
Name her not now, sir. She's a deadly theme.
Oh, pardon, I offend. I have, thou gallant Trojan, seen thee oft labouring for destiny make cruel way through ranks of Greekish youth, and I have seen thee, as hard as Perseus spur thy Phrygian steel, despising many forfeits and subduements, when thou hast hung thy advanced sword in the air, not letting it decline on the declined. That I have said to some my standers by, lo, Jupiter's yonder dealing life. And I have seen thy pause and take thy breath when that ring of Greeks have hemmed thee in like an Olympian wrestling. This have I seen, but this thy countenance still locked in steel, I never saw till now. I knew thy grandsire, and once fought with him. He was a soldier good, but by great Mars, the captain of us all, never saw like thee. Let an old man embrace thee, and worthy warrior welcome to our tents. 'Tis old Nestor. Let me embrace thee, good old chronicle. Thou hast so long walked hand in hand with time. Most reverend Nestor, I am glad to clasp thee. I would my arms could match thee in contention, as they contend with thee in courtesy. I would they could. Ha! By this white beard, I'd fight with thee tomorrow. Well, welcome, welcome, I have seen the time.
I wonder now how yonder city stands when we have here her base and pillar by us.
I know your favour, Lord Ulysses, well. Ah, sir, there's many a Greek and Trojan dead since first I saw yourself and Diomede and Ilion on your Greekish embassy.
Sir, I foretold you I foretold you then what would ensue. My prophecy is but half its journey yet. For yonder walls that pertly front your town, yonder towers whose wanton tops do bust the clouds, must kiss their own feet.
I must not believe you. They stand yet, and modestly, I think. The fall of every Phrygian stone will cost a drop of Grecian blood. The end crowns all, and that old common arbiter time will one day end it.
So to him we leave it. Most gentle and most valiant Hector, welcome. After the general, I beseech you next to feast with me and see me at my tent. I shall forestall thee, Lord Ulysses, thou. Now, Hector, I have fed mine eyes on thee. I have with exact view pursued thee, Hector, and quoted joint by joint.
Is this Achilles?
I am Achilles.
Stand fair, I pray thee. Let me look on thee.
Behold thy fill.
Nay, I have done already.
Thou art too brief. I will the second time, as I would by thee, view thee limb by limb.
Oh, like a book of sport thou'd read me o'er. But there's more in me than thou understand'st. Why dost thou so oppress me with thine eyes?
Tell me, you heavens, in which part of his body shall I destroy him? Whether there or there or there, that I may give the local wound a name and make distinct the very breach whereat Hector's great spirit flew. Answer me, heavens.
It would discredit the blessed gods, proud man, to answer such a question. Stand again. Thinkest thou to catch my life so pleasantly as to prenominate in nice conjecture where thou wilt hit me dead?
I tell thee, yea.
Wert thou an oracle to tell me so? I do not believe thee. Henceforth guard thee well, for I'll not kill thee there, nor there, nor there, but by the forge that's Stythied Mars' helm, his helm, I'll kill thee everywhere, yea, or, you wisest Grecians pardon me this brag, his insolence draws folly from my lips, but I'll endeavour deeds to match these words, or may I never.
Do not chafe thee, cousin, and you, Achilles, let these threats alone, till accident or purpose bring you to it. You may have every day enough of Hector. If you have stomach, the general state, I fear, can scarce entreat you to be old with him.
Wait. I just lost the line. Sorry.
2895.
Thank you. I pray you, let us see you in the field. We have had pelting wars since you refused the Grecians' cause.
Dost thou entreat me, Hector? Tomorrow do I meet thee, fell as death. Tonight all friends.
Thy hand upon that much.
First, all you peers of Greece, go to my tent. There in the full convive we, afterwards, as Hector's leisure, your bounties shall concur together, severely entreat him. Beat loud the tambourines, let the trumpets blow, that this great soldier may his welcome know.
Excellent. All except Troilus and Ulysses.
My lord Ulysses, tell me, I beseech you, in what place of the field doth Calchas keep?
Menelaus' tent, most princely Troilus. There Diomed doth feast with him tonight, who neither looks upon the heaven nor earth, but gives all gaze and bent of amorous view on the fair Cressida.
Shall, sweet lord, be bound to you so much after we part from Agamemnon's tent, to bring me thither?
You shall command me, sir. As gentle, tell me of what honor was this Cressida in Troy? Had she no lover there that wails her absence?
Oh, sir, to such boasting show their scars a mark is due. Will you walk on, my lord? She was beloved, she loved, she is and doth, but still sweet love is food for fortune's tooth.
And on that note, we're going to take a short intermission. Take a moment, get water, hydrate. Hydrating is important. To get everything that you need, and we'll be back in about 10 minutes to end with Act 5 of Troilus and Cressida and see what happens next, because, this is just drama at this point, and I'm loving every minute of it. So we will see you in about 10 minutes, all. Welcome back all! Thank you for letting us refresh ourselves. We hope you had everything that you needed. And now we are about to dive into the conclusion of Troilus and Cressida as we look at Act 5, Scene 1, the Grecian camp, before Achilles' tent. Enter Achilles and Patroclus.
I'll heat his blood with Greekish wine tonight, which with my scimitar I'll cool tomorrow. Troilus, let us feast him to the height.
Here comes Thucydides.
How now, thou core of envy? Thou crusty batch of nature, what's the news?
Why, thou picture of what thou seemest, and idol of idiot worshippers, here's a letter for thee.
From whence, fragment?
Why, thou foolish fool, from Troy.
Who keeps the tent now?
The surgeon's box, or the patient's wound.
Well said, Adversity. What needs these tricks?
Prithee be silent, boy. I profit not by thy talk. Thou art thought to be Achilles' male varlet.
Male varlet? You rogue. What's that?
Why, he's masculine whore. Now with the rotten diseases of the south, the guts gripping, ruptures, catarrhs, loads of gravel in the back, lethargies, cold palsies, raw eyes, dirt-rotten livers, wheezing lungs, bladders full of posthume, sciaticas, lime kilns in the palm, incurable bone-ache, and the riveled fee simple of the tetter take and take again such preposterous discoveries.
Why, thou damnable box of envy, thou? What meanest thou to curse this?
Do I curse thee?
Why, no, you ruinous butt, you whoreson, indistinguishable cur. No.
No. Why art thou then exasperate? Thou idle immaterial skein of slave silk, thou green scarce knit flap for a sore eye, thou tassel of a prodigal purse, thou? Ah, how the poor world is pestered with such waterflies, diminutives of nature.
Out, Gaul.
Finch egg.
My sweet Patroclus, I am thwarted quite from my great purpose in tomorrow's battle. Here is a letter from Queen Hecuba, a token from her daughter, my fair love, both taxing me and gagging me to keep an oath that I have sworn. I will not break it. Fall Greeks, fail fame, honor or go or stay, my major vow lies here, this I'll obey. Come, come, Thyestes, help to trim my tent. This night as banqueting must all be spent. Away, Patroclus.
With too much blood and too little brain, these two may run mad. But if with too much brain and too little blood they do, I'll be the cure of mad men. Oh, here's Agamemnon, an honest fellow enough, and one that love quails. But he has not so much brain as earwax, and the goodly transformation of Jupiter there, his brother, the bull, the primitive stature, the oblique memorial of cuckolds, a thrifty shoeing horn and a chain hanging at his brother's leg. To what form that he is, should wit larded with malice, and malice formed with wit turn him too. To an ass were nothing. He is both axe and ox. To an ox were nothing. He is both ox and ass. To be a dog, a mule, a cat, a fichu. Bless you. A toad, a lizard, an owl, a potok, or a herring without a roe, I would not care. But to Menelaus, I would conspire against destiny. Ask me not what I would be if I were not Thersites, for I care not to be the louse of a lazar, so I were not to Menelaus. Hey day, spirits and fires.
Enter Hector, Troilus, Ajax, Agamemnon, Ulysses, Nestor, Menelaus, and Diomedes, with lights.
We go wrong, we go wrong.
There yonder 'tis, there, where we see the lights.
I trouble you.
No, not a whit.
Here comes himself to guide you. Re-enter Achilles. Welcome, brave Hector. Welcome, princes all.
So now, fair Prince of Troy, I bid good night. Ajax commands the gods to tend to you.
Thanks and good night to the Greek's general.
Good night, my lord.
Good night, sweet Lord Menelaus.
Sweet draught, sweet quoth, sweet sink, sweet sewer.
Good night and welcome, both at once, to those that go or tarry.
Good night.
Excellent. Agamemnon and Menelaus.
Old Nestor tarries, and you too, Diamond. Keep Hester company an hour or two.
I cannot, lord. I have important business, that tide whereof is now. Good night, great Hector.
Give me your hand.
Aside to Troilus, follow his torch. He goes to Calchas's tent. I'll keep you company.
Sweet sir, you honor me.
And so, good night. Exit Diomedes, Ulysses, and Troilus following.
Come, come, enter my tent.
Exit Achilles, Hector, Ajax, and Nestor.
That same Diomed's a false-hearted rogue, a most unjust knave. I will no more trust him when he leers than I would a serpent when he hisses. He will spend his mouth and promise like Brabbler the Hound, but when he performs, astronomers foretell it. It is prodigious. There will come some change. The sun burrows of the moon when Diomed keeps his word. I would rather leave to see Hector than not dog him. They say he keeps a Trojan drab and uses the traitor Calchas's tent. I'll after. Nothing but lechery, all incontinent varlets.
Act 5, Scene 2. The same, before Calchas's tent. Enter Diomedes.
What are you up here? How? Speak. Who calls? Calchas, I think. Where's your daughter? She comes to you.
Enter Troilus and Ulysses at a distance. After them, Thucydides.
Stand where the torch may not discover us.
Enter Cressida.
Cressida comes forth to him. How now, my charge?
Now, my sweetest guardian, hark, a word with you?
Yeah, so familiar.
She will sing any man at first sight.
And any man may sing her if he can take her cliff, she's noted.
Well, you remember?
Remember, yes.
Nay, but do, then, and let your mind be coupled with your words. What should she remember?
List. Sweet honey Greek, tempt me no more to folly.
Roguery.
Nay, then.
I'll tell you what.
Foul, come, Telepin, you are forsworn.
In faith I cannot. What would you have me do?
A juggling trick, to be secretly open.
What did you swear you would bestow upon me?
I prithee, do not hold me to mine oath. Bid me do anything but that, sweet Greek.
Good night. Hold patience.
How now, Trojan? Diomed.
No, good night. I'll be your fool no more. I better trust. So many parts. The right
3085.
085, yeah.
Hark, one word in your ear.
Oh, plague and madness.
You are moved, prince. Let us depart, I pray, lest your displeasure should enlarge itself to wrathful terms. This place is dangerous. The time rides deadly. I beseech you, go.
Behold, I pray you.
Nay, good my lord, go off. You flow to great distraction. Come, my lord.
I pray thee stay.
You have no patience. Come.
I pray you stay. By hell and all hell's torments, I will not speak a word. And so, good night.
Nay, but you part in anger.
Doth that grieve thee, O withered truth?
Why, how now, lord?
By Jove, I will be patient.
Guardian, why, Greek?
Oh, foe, adieu, you palter.
In faith, I do not. Come hither once again. You shake, my lord, at something. Will you go? You will break out.
She strokes his cheek.
Come, come.
Nay, stay. By Jove, I will not speak a word. There is between my will and all offences a God of patience. Stay a little while.
Now the devil luxury, with his fat rump and potato finger, tickles these together. Fry, let's really fry.
But will you then?
In faith, I will. Never trust me else.
Give me some token of the surety for it.
I'll fetch you one. Sit. You have sworn patience.
Fear me not, sweet lord. I will not be myself, nor have cognition of what I feel. I am all patience.
Now the pledge. Now, now, now.
Here, Diomede, keep this sleeve.
Oh, beauty, where is thy faith?
My lord.
I will be patient, outwardly I will.
You look upon that sleeve, behold it well. He loved me. Oh, false wench. Gift me again.
Whose was it?
It is no matter. Now I haven't. Now I have it again. I will not meet you tonight. Tomorrow night. I prithee, Diomede, visit me no more.
Now she sharpens. Well said, Whetstone.
I shall have it.
What, this?
Aye, that.
Oh, you gods, oh, pretty, pretty pledge. Thy master now lies thinking in his bed of thee and me, and sighs, and takes my glove and gives memorial dainty kisses to it as I kiss thee. Nay, do not snatch it from me. He that takes that doth take mine heart withal.
I had your heart before. This follows it. I did swear patience.
You shall not have it, Diomede. Faith, you shall not. I'll give you something else.
I will have this. Whose was it?
It is no matter.
Come, tell me whose it was.
'Twas one's that loved me better than you will. But now you have it. Take it.
Whose was it?
By all Diana's waiting women yond, and by herself I will not tell you whose.
Tomorrow I will wear it on my helm, and grieve his spirit that dares not challenge it. Wert thou the devil, and warst on thy horn, it shall be challenged.
Well, well, 'tis done. 'Tis past, and yet it is not. I will not keep my word.
Why then farewell. Thou never shalt mock Diomed again.
You shall not go. One cannot speak a word, but it straight starts you.
I do not like this fooling.
that's me. I was sitting there looking at it. Nor I by Pluto, but that she likes you not pleases me best.
What shall I come? The hour?
I come. Oh, Jove, do come. I shall be plagued.
Farewell till then.
Good night, I prithee. Come. Exit Diomedes. Troilus, farewell. One eye yet looks on thee, but with my heart the other eye doth see. Ah, poor our sex, this fault in us I find. The error of our eye directs our mind, but error leads must err. Oh, then conclude minds swayed by eyes are full of turpitude. Exits.
A proof of strength she could not publish more, unless she said, my mind is now turned whore.
All done, my lord.
It is
Why stay we then?
to make a recordation to my soul of every syllable that here was spoke. But if I tell how those two did co-act, shall I not lie in publishing a truth? Sith, yet there is a credence in my heart and esperance so obstinately strong that doth invert the attest of eyes and ears, as if those organs had deceptious functions, created only to calumniate. Was Cressida here?
I cannot conjure the Trojan.
She was not. Sure.
Most sure she was.
Why, my negation hath no taste of madness.
Nor mine, my lord. Cressida was here, but now.
Let it not be believed for womanhood. Think, we had mothers. Do not give advantage to stubborn critics apt without a theme for deprivation, to square the general sex by Cressida's rule. Rather think this not Cressida.
What hath she done, prince, that can soil our mothers?
Nothing at all, unless that this were she.
Will he swagger himself out on his own eyes?
This she? No. This is Diomed's Cressida. If beauty have a soul, this is not she. If souls guide vows, if vows be sanctimonies, if sanctimonies buy of God's delight, if there be rule and unity itself, this is not she. Oh, madness of discourse, that cause sets up with and against itself by fold authority. Where reason can revolt without perdition and loss assume all reason without revolt, this is and is not Cressida. Within my soul there doth conduce a fight of this strange nature, that a thing in separate divides more wider than the sky and earth, and yet the spacious breadth of this division admits no orifex for a point as subtle as Arachne's broken woof to enter. Instance, oh instance strong as Pluto's gates, Cressida is mine, tied with the bonds of heaven. Instance, oh instance strong as heaven itself, the bonds of heaven are slipped, dissolved and lucid, and with another knot, 5-finger tied, the fractions of her faith, aught of her love, the fragments, scraps and bits and greasy relics of her o'er-eaten faith, and bound to Diomed.
May worthy Troilus be half attracted with that which here his passion doth express.
Aye, Greek, and that shall be divulged well in characters as red as Mars, his heart inflamed with Venus. Never did young men fancy with so eternal and so fixed a soul. Hark, Greek, as much as I do Cressida love, so much by weight hate I her Diomed. That sleeve is mine that he bare on his helm, were that cast composed by Vulcan's skill, my sword should bite it, not the dreadful sprout which shipmen do the hurricano call. Constringed in mass by the almighty sun, shall dizzy with more clamour Neptune's ear in his descent, than shall my prompted sword falling on Diomed.
He'll tickle it for his concupi.
Oh, Cressida, O false crested, false, let all untruth stand by thy stained name, and they'll seem glorious.
Oh, contain yourself. Your passion draws ears hither.
I have been seeking you this hour, my lord. Hector by this is arming him in Troy. Ajax, your guard, stays to conduct you home.
Have with you, prince, my courteous lord, adieu. Farewell, revolted fair, and Diomed, stand fast and wear a castle on thy head.
I'll bring you to the gates.
Accept distracted thanks.
Would I could meet that rogue Diomed. I would croak like a raven. I would bode. Patroclus would give me anything for the intelligence of this whore. The parrot will not do more for an almond than he for a commodious drab. Lechery, still, wars and lechery, nothing else holds fashion. A burning dead will take them.
Act 5, Scene 3. Troy, before Priam's palace. Enter Hector and Andromache.
When was my lord so much ungently tempered to stop his ears against admonishment? Unarm, and do not fight today.
You train me to offend you. Get in, by all the everlasting gods, I'll go.
My dreams will sure prove ominous to the day.
No more, I say. Enter Cassandra.
Where is my brother Hector?
Here, sister, armed and bloody in intent, consort with me in loud and dear petition. Pursue we him on knees, for I have dreamed of bloody turbulence, and this whole night have nothing been but shapes and forms of slaughter.
Oh, 'tis true.
Ho, bid my trumpet sound.
No notes of Sally for the heavens, sweet brother.
Begone, I say, the gods have heard me swear.
The gods are deaf to hot and peevish vows. They are polluted offerings more abhorred than spotted livers in the sacrifice.
Oh, be persuaded, do not count it wholly to hurt by being just. It is as lawful, for we would give much to use violent thefts and rob in the behalf of charity.
It is the purpose that makes strong the vow, but vows to every purpose must not hold. Unarmed, sweet Hector.
Hold you still, I say. Mine honor keeps the weather of my fate. Lie every man holds dear, but the brave man holds honor far more precious dear than life. And Troilus. How now, young man? Meanest thou to fight today?
Cassandra, call my father to persuade.
No, faith, young Troilus, doff thy harness, youth. I am today in vain of the chivalry. Let grow thy sinews till the knots be strong, and tempt not the brushes of the war. Unarm thee, go, and doubt thou not, brave boy, I'll stand today for thee and me and Troy.
Brother, you have a vice of mercy in you, which better fits a lion than a man.
What vice is that, good Troilus? Chide me for it.
When many times the captive Grecian falls, even in the fan and wind of your fair sword, you bid them rise and live.
Oh, 'tis fair play.
Fool's play, by heaven, Hector.
How now? How now?
For the love of all the gods, let's leave the hermit pity with our mothers, and when we have our armors buckled on, the venomed vengeance ride upon their swords. Spur them to ruthful work, rein them from ruth.
Fie, savage, fie.
Hector, then 'tis wars.
Troilus, I would not have you fight today.
Who should withhold me? Not fate, obedience, nor the hand of Mars beckoning with fiery truncheon my retire, not Priamus and Hecuba on knees, their eyes o'ergalled with recourse of tears, not you, my brother, with your true sword drawn, opposed to hinder me, should stop my way, but my ruin.
Re-enter Cassandra with Priam.
Hold upon him, Priam. Hold him fast. He is thy crutch. Now if you lose thy stay, thou on him leaning, and all Troy on thee, fall altogether. Come, Hector, come. Go back. Thy wife hath dreamed. Thy mother hath had visions. Cassandra doth foresee, and I myself am like a prophet suddenly enwrapped to tell thee that this day is ominous. Therefore come back.
Aeneas is afield, and I do stand engaged to many Greeks, even in the faith of valor, to appear this morning to them.
Ay, but thou shalt not go.
I must not break my faith. You know me dutiful, therefore, dear sir, let me not shame respect, but give me leave to take that course by your consent and voice, which you do here forbid me, royal Priam.
Oh, Priam, yield not to him.
Do not, dear father.
Andromache, I am offended with you. Upon the love you bear me, get you in.
She gets in.
This foolish, dreaming, superstitious girl makes all these bones.
Oh, farewell, dear Hector. Look how thou diest. Look how thy eyes turn pale. Look how thy wounds do bleed at many vents. Hark, how Troy roars, how Hecuba cries out, how poor Andromache shrills her dolors forth. Behold, distraction, frenzy, and amazement, like witless antics, one another meet, and all cry, Hector, Hector's dead, oh, Hector!
Away, away!
Farewell, yet soft, Hector, take my leave. Thou dost thyself and all our Troy deceive, and I take my leave.
You are amazed, my liege, at her exclaim. Go in and cheer the town. We'll forth and fight, do deeds worth praise, and tell you them at night.
Farewell, the gods with safety stand about thee.
Excellent severally, Priam and Hector.
They're at it. Hark, proud Diomed, believe. I come to lose my arm or win my sleeve.
Enter Pandarus.
Do you hear, my lord? Do you hear?
What now?
Here's a letter come from yond poor girl.
Let me read.
A whoreson Tisic, a whoreson rascally Tisic, so troubles me, and the foolish fortune of this girl, and what one thing and what another, that I shall leave you one of these days, and have a room in mine eyes too, and such an ache in my bones that unless another man were cursed, I cannot tell you to think on it. What says she there?
Words, mere words, no matter from the heart. The effect doth operate another way. Rip, grip, confetti. Go, wind, to wind, their turn and change together. My love with words and errors still the deeds. Still she feeds, but edifies another with her deeds.
Act 5, Scene 4. The plains between Troy and the Grecian camp. Enter Thucydides.
Now they're all clapper-clawing one another. I'll go look on. That dissembling, abominable varlet's Diomed has got that same scurvy, doting, foolish young knave Sleeve of Troy there in his helm. I would fain see them meet, that same young Trojan ass that loves the whore there might send that Greekish whore-masterly villain with Sleeve back to the dissembling, luxurious drab of a sleeveless errand. On the overside, the policy of these crafty, swearing rascals, that stale old mouse-eaten dried cheese, Nestor, and that same dog-fox, Ulysses, is not proved worthy a blackberry. They set me up, in policy, that mongrel cur Ajax, against that dog of an as bad a kind, Achilles, and now is the cur Ajax prouder than the cur Achilles, and will not arm today. Whereupon the Grecians begin to proclaim barbarism, and policy grows into ill opinion. Soft, here comes the sleeve and the other.
Enter Diomedes, Troilus following.
Fly not, for shouldst thou take the river Styx, I would swim after. Thou dost miscall, retire. I do not fly, but advantageous care withdrew me from the odds of multitude. Have at thee.
Hold thy whore, Grecian. Now for thy whore, Trojan. Now the sleeve, now the sleeve.
Exhibit Troilus and Diomedes fighting. Enter Hector. What art thou, Greek? Art thou for Hector's match? Art thou of blood and honour?
No, no, I am a rascal, a scurvy railing knave, a very filthy rogue.
I do believe thee. Live. Exit Hector.
Oh, God have mercy that thou wilt believe me, but a plague break thy neck for frightening me. What's become of the wenching rogues? I think they have swallowed one another. I would laugh at that miracle, yet in sort fletchery it's itself. I'll seek them.
Act 5, Scene 5, another part of the plains. Enter Diomedes and a servant.
Go, go, my servant. Take thy Troilus' horse. Present the fair steed to my lady Cressida. Fellow, commend my service to her beauty, till I have chastised the amorous Trojan, and am her knight by proof.
I go, my lord. Enter Agamemnon.
Renew, renew! The fierce Polydamas hath beat down Menon. The bastard Margaleron hath Dorius prisoner, and stands Colossus-wise, waving his beam, upon the pashed coursers of the kings. Epistrophus and Sidius, Polyxenus is slain, Amphimachus and Thos deadly hurt. Patroclus ta'en or slain, and Palamedes sore hurt and bruised. The dreadful Sagittaria appalls our numbers. Haste we, Diomed, to reinforcement, or we perish all.
Enter Nestor. Go, bear Patroclus' body to Achilles, and bid the snail-patched Ajax's arm for shame. There is 1,000 Hectors in the field. Now here he fights on Gallif, his horse, and there lacks work. Anon he's there afoot, and there they fly or die like scaled skulls before the belching whale. Then he is yonder, and there's the strawy Greeks ripe for his age, fall down before him like the mower's swath. Here, there, and everywhere he leaves and takes, dexterity so obeying his appetite that what he will he does, and he does so much that proof is called impossibility. Enter Ulysses.
Oh, courage, courage, princes! Great Achilles is arming, weeping, cursing, vowing vengeance. Patroclus' wounds have roused his drowsy blood, together with his mangled myrmidons. That noseless, handless, hacked, and chipped come to him, crying on Hector. Ajax hath lost a friend and foams at mouth, and he is armed and at it, roaring for Troilus, who hath done today mad and fantastic execution, engaging and redeeming of himself with such a careless force and forceless care, as if that luck and very spite of cunning bade him win all.
Enter Ajax.
Troilus, thou coward Troilus.
Exit Ajax. Enter Diomedes.
Hey, there.
So we draw together.
Enter Achilles. Where is this Hector? Come, thou boy queller, show thy face. Know what it is to meet Achilles' anger, Hector. Where is Hector? I will none but Hector.
Act 5, Scene 6, another part of the plains. Enter Ajax.
Troilus, Thou coward, Troilus, show thy head!
Enter Diomedes.
Troilus, I say, where's Troilus? What wouldst thou? I would correct him. Were I the general, thou shouldst have my office. Ere that correction. Troilus, I say, what? Troilus! O traitor Diomed, turn thy false face, thou traitor, and pay thy life thou owest me for my horse. Oh, cockney all of a sudden. As struggles of switching between three characters. Ah, art thou there? I'll fight with him alone. Stand, Diomed. He is my prize. I will not look upon. Come both, you cogging Greeks. Have it, you both.
Excellent. Fighting. Enter Hector. Yea, Troilus, oh well fought, my youngest brother. Enter Achilles.
Now do I see thee, huh? Have at thee, Hector.
Pause if thou wilt.
I do disdain thy courtesy, proud Trojan. Be happy that my arms are out of use, my rest and negligence befriends thee now. But thou, anon, shalt hear of me again. Till when? Go seek thy fortune. Exit.
Fare thee well. I would have been much more a fresher man had I expected thee. How now, my brother?
Re-enter Troilus. Ajax hath taken Aeneas. Shall it be? No, by the flame of yonder glorious heaven, he shall not carry him. I'll be taken too, or bring him off. Fate, hear me what I say. I reck not though I end my life today.
Enter one in sumptuous armor. Stand, thou Greek, thou art a goodly mark. No, wilt thou not? I like thy armor well. I'll flush it and unlock the rivets all. But I'll be master of it, wilt thou not? Beast abide? Well then, fly on, I'll hunt thee for thy hide. Act 5, Scene 7. Yet another part of the plains. Enter Achilles with the Myrmidons.
Come here about me, you, my Myrmidons. Mark what I say, attend me where I wheel, strike not a stroke, but keep yourselves in breath. And when I have the bloody Hector found, impale him with your weapons round about. In fellest manner execute your aims. Follow me, sirs. And my proceedings it is decreed Hector the Great must die. Exit.
Enter Menelaus and Paris fighting. Then Thucydides.
You, the cuckold and the cuckold maker are at it. Now, bull, now, dog. Loo, Paris, loo. Now, my double-hinned sparrow, loo. Paris, loo. The bull has the game. Where the horns? Oh.
Exit Paris and Menelaus. Enter Margalion.
Marge is fine. Turn, slave, and fight!
Ew. What art thou?
A bastard son of Priam's.
Ew, coincidence. I'm a bastard too. I love bastards. I am a bastard. Begot, bastard instructed, bastard in mind, bastard in valor, in everything illegitimate. One bear will not bite another, and wherefore should one bastard? Take heed, the quarrel's most ominous to us. If the son of a whore fight for a whore, he tempts judgment. Farewell, bastard.
The devil take thee, coward!
And they run after each other.
They don't fight.
Act 5, Scene 8. Yet another part of the plains. Enter Hector. Most petrified corse, so fair. Without thy goodly armor, thou hast cost thy life. Now is my day's work done. I'll take good breath. Rest, sword, thou hast thy fill of blood and death. He puts off his helmet and hangs his shield behind him. Enter Achilles and Myrmidons.
Look, Hector, how the sun begins to set. How ugly night comes breathing at his heels, even with the veil and darkening of the sun to close the day up. Hector's life is done.
I am unarmed. Forego this advantage, Greek.
Strike, Fellow strike, this is the man I seek. Hector falls. So, Ilion, fall thou next. Now, Troy, sink down. Here lies my heart, thy sinews and thy bone, O Myrmidons, and cry you all amain. Achilles hath the mighty Hector slain. Hark, I retire upon our Grecian part.
The Trojan trumpets sound the like, my lord.
The dragon wing of night spreads the earth, and stickler like the army separates. My half-sucked sword that frankly would have fed, pleased with this dainty bait, thus goes to bed, sheaths his sword. Come, tie his body to my horse's tail.
Aye.
Along the field I will the Trojan trail.
Uh-huh. Act 5, Scene 9. Another part of the plains. Enter Agamemnon, Ajax, Menelaus, Nestor, Diomedes, and others. Marching. Shouts within.
Hark! Hark! What shout is that?
Peace, drums. Achilles! Achilles! Hector's slain! Achilles!
The bruit is Hector's slain, and by Achilles. If it be so, yet bragless let it be. Great Hector was a man as good as he.
March patiently along. Let one be sent to pray Achilles see us at our tent. If in his death the gods should have us befriended, great Troy is ours, and our sharp wars are ended.
Act 5, Scene 10. Another part of the plains. Enter Aeneas and Trojans. Stand ho, yet are we masters of the field. Never go home, here starve we out the night. Enter Troilus.
Hector's slain.
Oh, Hector, the gods forbid!
He's dead, and at the murderer's horse's tail, in beastly sword dragged through the shameful field. Frown on, you heavens, affect your rage with speed, sit gods upon your thrones and smile at Troy. I say at once, let your brief plagues be mercy, and linger not our sure destructions on.
My lord, you do discomfort all the host.
You understand me not that tell me so. I do not speak of flight, of fear, of death, but dare all imminence that gods and men address their dangers in. Hector is gone. Who shall tell Priam so? Or Hecuba? Let him that will a screech owl be called go into Troy and say there Hector's dead. There's a word will Priam turn to stone, make wells and Niobes of the maids and wives, cold statues of the youth, and in a word scare Troy out of itself. But march away. Hector is dead. There is no more to say. Stay yet, you vile, abominable tents, thus proudly pite upon our Phrygian plains. Let Titan rise as early as he dare. I'll through and through you. And thou, great-sized coward, no space of earth shall sunder our two hates. I'll haunt thee like a wicked conscience still, that moldeth goblins' swiftest frenzy's thoughts. Strike a free march to Troy, with comfort go. Hope of revenge shall hide our inward woe.
Excellent. Aeneas and the Trojans. As Troilus is going out, enter from the other side Pandarus.
But hear you.
Hence, Broccolacki, ignominy and shame pursue thy life, and live with thy name.
A goodly medicine for my aching bones. Oh, world, 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 thus is the poor agent despised. Oh, traitors and bawds, how earnestly are you set at work and how ill-requited. Why should our endeavour be so loved and the performance so loathed? What verse for it? What instance for it? Let me see. Full merrily the humble bee doth sing, till he hath lost his honey and his sting. And being once subdued in armed tale, sweet honey and sweet notes together fail. Good traders in the flesh, set this in your painted cloths. As many as be here of Pandar's hall, your eyes half out weep at Pandar's fall. Or if you cannot weep, yet give some groans, though not for me, yet for your aching bones. Brethren and sisters of the whole door trade, some 2 months hence my will shall here be made. It should be now, but that my fear is this, some cold goose of Winchester would hiss. Till then I'll sweat and seek out my eases, and at that time bequeath you my diseases.
And with that, the curtain falls on Troilus and Cressida. Dude, Hector got done so wrong, y'all. At least in the Iliad, he gets to fight back.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you all. Thank you all for being here. Thank you all for enjoying this wonderful play that we all got to do. We'll go around and cast... Oh, hey, Don! So glad you could lurk for us. So we are going to go around. Cast, feel free to plug anything you wish in the chat because you can, and we appreciate you. Lindy, thank you for being everything fun in this. We appreciate you.
I had a lot of fun. I think Thurston's was my favorite just because he was so Weasley. I also was glad I could crack Billy up a little bit there near the end. That was super fun. You can find me online at LaughLoveLindy, Twitch, Twitter, YouTube, etc. I play and GM a lot of games. On my channel, you can find me every Monday and Tuesday for D&D 5e. Our once-a-month Aliens campaign will be next Friday, and Teenagers from Outer Space will either be this or next Saturday, so keep your eyes peeled for that announcement. And if you want to find me sooner than that, just check out Tales from the Grim tonight, where I get to play Witcher with a whole lot of absolutely amazing people, with my character who's in an emotionally hard spot. It's fine. We'll all be fine. No one's going to bleed to death. It's going to be great.
And next up, Billy. Billy, my friend, thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for playing the other brothers of Priam. Sons of Priam, I should say.
Yeah, this is a lot of fun. It's super fun that I get to do something like this that I enjoy very much with my significantly better half, Nikki, who's I think down that way as my camera reversed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're
so that way. Yeah, this is a hell of a lot of fun. I really look forward to doing these now that I've been like double furloughed with both my jobs, so it keeps me sharp in terms of reading and the art of the cold read. You kind of have like, how do you not have a general idea of what's going on with this, but like the ins and the outs and like this Nikki had pointed out that like our characters switched to prose halfway through, and it's like, ooh, that signifies stuff too. I would have never recognized that unless she told it to me, because she's way more smarter than I is. But if you want to follow me, you can find me on Twitter at Bill of the Forest, and you can see me this evening at 8 p.m. Eastern on Tales from the Grim, where I will also be with Lindy and Prax, following the aftermath of some emotional shit.
And last but certainly not least, apparently Billy's much better half, his claim, not Nikki. Thank you so much. We appreciate you for being here.
Thank you for having me again. It's really fun, and I do really enjoy doing this with my significant other as well. Considering if I wasn't, we are currently in a studio apartment, so you really can't get away from each other. So it would just be me sitting, listening to just his lines. No, it's a lot of fun, and I'm primarily an actor. So Twitch and everything is completely new for me. But this is a really cool way to, in this time where theaters are shut down and actors are out of work, it's a good. I never read this. This is one of the few Shakespeare's I've never read. So that was a really cool way to do it with you guys, and it was a lot of fun. It was really, really fun. So thank you for having me, and hopefully I'll be back.
Yes, yes, indeedy. Probably as I, reach out to friends and be like, hey, I haven't planned anything, but we'll figure it out. But as for me, hey y'all, you know me, I'm at Trojan on Twitter, and this is my channel, Practical Thesmiophora, and you can find me around Twitch doing lots of fun things. As Lindy and Bill said, I will see you tonight on Tales from the Grim as my sorceress, who is bleeding and is emotionally compromised. Oh wait, and is currently unconscious at 2 hit points. And somebody decided that it would be safer to drop 3 witchers, an elf, and an unconscious sorceress in front of Novigrad.
Hard times ahead.
So many.
It'll be fine.
It'll be fine. And tomorrow on the channel here, we are going to be doing one of my other favorite, my favorite history play of all of Shakespeare's histories with Henry V. And all of the fun things that come from that play. Join us for that at 11 o'clock Eastern. Tomorrow night, I'll be over on Wandering DM for the fun that is Dragon Age, The Search for Anders. And if you have not caught up on that, just go watch and be prepared to laugh and enjoy all of the drama, hilarity, and fun things that we've come up with for that game. Friday on the channel, we are going to be doing, by popular request, Hamlet. And I think someone here is going to be there for that Hamlet.
It's me.
Yes, yes, indeed. Billy will be here for Hamlet. And then Friday night, I'm over on Wandering DM again for some cyberpunk. But check my Twitter, because I just post where I'm going to be, and I make sure to post all of the plays that we're going to do. Oh, also, because it's a new thing, and I'm still getting used to doing it, there is now a YouTube. If you've missed the VODs of the performances, they are going up on YouTube. Feel free to check them out. Let me know how they're turning out, because, this is a thing that I'm still not used to, but we'll get there. And as for that, well, I think on this, the curtain falls on today's performance, but we pick it up again tomorrow, and we will see you all next time. And